Is staff ready? Are you going to be on call for Tracy Lynn if she calls in?
We'll be looking right up there if she tries to participate, so we can have her in.
Okay, let's get this. Yeah, let's get this meeting rolling. Call to order, please.
Weir.
Aye.
Casanello.
Present.
Thurston.
Here.
Schneider.
Here.
Shannon.
Here.
Okay, and on Zoom we have
Mr. Morris.
Councilman Morris. Okay, we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have on here the public hearings, but before we start the public hearings, I'd like to do these recognition checks so these guys don't have to hang out.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yes, so we had two more checks that was from the CARES Act that we dispersed to other nonprofit organizations. What we have is, I'll have Novant, if you guys want to come up first and just talk about what you guys are experiencing during COVID. So just kind of like what you guys are going to use the CARES Act money for.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Heather Aram, I'm the Vice President for our service line and ambulatory development for Novant Health UVA. I'll speak to a little bit of our COVID work, and then I'll turn it over to Kim Galansky to speak about how we're going to use the funds. But I do want to say thank you. As you know, from a healthcare perspective, we have been very busy throughout the last 6 months, really working with our community and our partners to make sure that, can I take this off while I'm speaking?
Take it off.
Thank you. So to make sure that we are ready for the communities that we serve. And again, Haymarket's here, and we also have our facility in Manassas. But at the height of the pandemic, we were upwards of 50, 60 patients that were inpatient at Prince William. Haymarket, for the most part, it's been most of those patients because of our intensivist program. We've shipped to Prince William. But again, we are continuing to make sure that we are educating to that vulnerable population, which is, again, why we're going to make sure some of these dollars are being used to educate about the importance of your flu shot, as well as making sure that we wear masks and the social distancing. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it to Kim Galansky and let her speak a little bit about what we're going to do with the funds that are being donated.
Good evening, Kim Galansky, Director of Community Engagement with Novant Health UVA Health System. And something that we started seeing with our patients through the COVID-19 pandemic was a disproportionate number of individuals, more at-risk individuals. And so what we have identified, and through some surveys with the CDC visiting our locations, is really the need for education and the why, but specifically with our Hispanic and Latino communities that we serve, more education and specific to cultural practices on understanding the why on prevention and how to. And so the dollars that you all are graciously awarding to the foundation is going to be used on education to the Haymarket residents and beyond, really on that prevention education material. Correct. So we're looking at some direct mail campaigns and really getting that message out to the community.
All right, so what we'll do is we've got the check here. We'll do this once again.
Little photo op.
Used to it. If you guys will come up here with the mayor and council.
This isn't going to be monthly thing, is it?
And,
Well, we're very gracious, so thank you. How would you like to do it? Do you want
yeah,
us
if
to?
you guys get on this side and the mayor will get where I'm
Somebody call
standing.
in front of me.
Okay.
Better?
Yeah, someone can get in the middle of the check
Can we
and
go-
someone
oh,
on the
here?
other end. Yeah, and if you want to
wanna
get in
get
the
in the
middle of the check. And,
Okay.
there you go.
1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank
y'all.
you, guys.
you.
Thank you. Very much. Thank y'all.
Thank you for what you do.
Well, thank you.
I know I'm gonna trip over in water. Sooner or later.
All right.
Sitting in Chris's seat.
And then the next one we have is it's Action in Community Through Service. It's ACTS. They're very prevalent in the other side of the county, but we had a meeting with them and they really talk about how much assistance and aid they provide throughout all of Prince William County to include our area. And one of the things that they do focus on is utility, mortgage, and rent relief. And that's something that in our discussions you guys really wanted to focus on. So with that, that's where this is the biggest nonprofit that we donated to. So I'll have Steve come up and speak to what they're experiencing and what they're working through.
So use the other one for them. Good evening. Thank you for having me out here tonight. Really appreciate this. ACTS has actually been around for over 50 years, and we've been serving the Haymarket area the entire time. But most of the services that we do provide to Haymarket residents are behind the scenes. So our most visible services are obviously our food programs, thrift store, and things like that. But when it comes to our crisis and trauma services, the domestic violence, the sexual assault, the suicide and crisis line work, we've been doing that for your residents the whole time that we've been in existence. I want to tell you a few things that we have been seeing since COVID. Domestic violence has gone way up. People are stuck at home. There isn't a place to get away. There isn't that even respite for safety. So we actually saw cases go up 72% between March and June. We've had to open up a second safe house in the county for victims. And at the height of things a couple months ago, we actually had 56 households that were put up in hotels just to provide that safety. We've had to provide cell phones to victims so that they can communicate with us, because often the perpetrator is the one who has control of the accounts and the phones and things like that. It's been difficult because most of our services are now provided virtually. But fortunately, those numbers are now starting to go down again. They're still much higher than normal. But we expect that this year will probably be close to 5,000 victims that we work with. Yeah. The other thing that we're seeing is just a need for food assistance. That is also of no surprise to folks. Around here, most of your residents go to the Haymarket Community Food Pantry, or they go to one of the sites in Manassas. Our food services were normally just on the eastern part of the county, but since COVID, we've now been providing food to 72 community partners, including the food pantries over here. Using CARES Act dollars, we are providing in the neighborhood of 1 million pounds of food every 3 weeks to local providers. It's just incredible what we're seeing. These are many folks who've never used a food pantry before. They drive up and they've got a nice car, and volunteers and staff are like, why are they here? It's because, well, they lost their job. They didn't sell their car. They still have the nice car. They still live in the nice place, but they can't afford food. So it's a new time for everyone. The money that you've provided through the CARES Act, that's going to go primarily to rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and utility assistance. Already in the last 3 months, we've provided $80,000 in utility assistance to local residents. That is only going to go up. the rental and mortgage assistance is huge for people. There were so many months where landlords were not allowed to evict residents, but that didn't stop the rent from piling up. And once evictions were allowed again, people are getting notices left and right. We're going to see hundreds and hundreds of people being evicted over the next couple months. So these dollars that you're providing will be put to use right away. And we just want to make sure that people in the Haymarket region know how to get in touch with us. Easiest way is through our website, and that's www.actspwc, like Axe, Prince William County, .org. They can find all of our information, get in touch. We have a site in Manassas, a full-service office in Manassas, so if residents would like to meet us there, that's fine. But most of what we can do right over Zoom or over the telephone. So Haymarket residents, please reach out to us. It's an easy process, and we're here to help. So thank you.
And this is something that I'll do the same thing like I did last week, where I shared the Haymarket Regional Food Pantry's contact information and House of Mercy. I'll be doing the same thing with ACT, so everybody knows where they can find that information.
You got a question, Bob?
I could do it offline, that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Happy to have questions.
Just curious, given that the courts have changed the position with respect to the evictions now and the evictions are going through, what do you see in the near term, and by near term I mean between now and let's say December 15th, in terms of monetary need, and are you going to potentially be needing more CARES Act funding to underwrite that sometime within the next 4 to 6 weeks?
We absolutely will need more funds. I just heard from one property management company last night. They already have 100 families ready for eviction.
I don't mean to be too indelicate about this, but how much of that's in the western part of the county, let's say west of the 234 bypass?
Out of that particular population, 100?
Out of the entire equation. I mean, because we've sort of got a...
Better than a third.
Better than a third?
Yeah.
That works for me.
Yeah.
Doesn't work for me, but I mean, you understand what I'm saying.
All right. One more picture, and then we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Raise it really high. Smile.
1, 2, 3, cheese. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Good luck, guys. Okay, so no more pictures. We should be good. We'll move on now to the first public hearing, which is the budget amendment. Any special thing for me to open this, or just say, let's open it?
Call it to order.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I did notice some of the agendas are still showing the work session, so folks may need to reset their computer to show the town council agenda. No big deal. Okay. For the older members that still do paper copy, this does not relate to you. Thank you.
Now, I don't see.
Box has mine, so thank you.
Okay. I don't see anybody on my list here for public speaking for this open hearing. Just a double check, this is for the budget open hearing. Anybody out there want to speak? Okay.
We must have done a good job.
Yeah, so I guess we get to close that up. And then we'll move on to public hearing number 2, and that's the SUP application for 6611 Jefferson Street. come on up.
Hi, Jerry Kennedy. Just want to say thanks for considering the SUP and appreciate any help in getting it approved. The building's been housing churches for most of its life, and this is for a small church in the basement of the building. Thanks so much.
Okay, anyone else for the SUP application for 6611? Okay, we'll close that up, and we'll go on to the third public hearing, which is the proffer amendment application. I do have Gregory Terry for that one.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to have time. So my wife and I live at 14701 Dogwood Park Lane. So we're right next to the business park, and one of the ones that will be most affected by this updated the plans. So I guess the first thing, we have submitted our official comments on record to the Planning Commission a couple times already. So the only thing I want to add, though, to that is that I don't think the proffer should be extended, because when those folks bought the property, they agreed to a certain plan, and I don't see where modifying that proffer benefits the town or the residents that are most affected by it at this time. So I think it's proper that they should, at least continue out with the agreement they originally agreed to. And it also gives us time, you guys, the residents, and them to come up with a plan that's appropriate for that area, which I personally think is way too extensive and busy for the area that's there, and it hopefully will have less impact to the residents there. So that's all I really have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other citizens' comments for the public hearing in the building?
You have several emails too, sir.
Okay. It looks like we're done with the building. If you want to start the emails.
Okay. So our first one is from Joseph Namgoon, 6744 Blight Drive. Please read my comments at the meeting and submit it for the record. Mayor, Town Council, and Town Planning Committee, my name is Joe Namgoon. My family and I live on Blight Drive. Unfortunately, due to work, I cannot make this meeting in person. However, I am writing to you again because this is very important to us and to my neighbors. My family and I are 100% against the proffer amendment. We are asking you to vote no on this issue. In my opinion, the land was sold to QBE owner at a reduced price, so the residents would be able to use this land and ball fields. By changing the proffer amendment, QBE would be voiding their portion of the deal. When QBE purchased this land, they agreed to the terms of the contract. They should keep their word and honor this contract. Thank you for your time. Joe Namgoon. Next one we have from Maureen and James Carroll. Dear Mayor Lorson and members of the Town Council, this past weekend we saw parents, grandparents, and friends on the fields at QBE enjoying watching their children playing t-ball against other local groups of children. We have often seen these QBE fields used and enjoyed by local residents, and we believe the fields should continue to be used and enjoyed. This will not be the case if the current proffer amendment application is allowed by the Town Council. The Prince William County Board saw the need for more green space in the area and made the initial agreement with the QBE owners. The QBE owners agreed to this condition. For these reasons, this proffer amendment, already denied by the Planning Commission, must now be totally rejected by the Town Council. Maureen and James Carroll, 6862 Track Court. Next one. Hello, my name is Nick Polari, 6740 Blight Drive, and I am writing in comment to the proffer amendment for the QBE property. I wrote previously on this matter in September of 2020 for the Planning Commission meeting. I am requesting that the Town Council votes no to the proffer amendment. When the town originally made the deal with the owner for QBE, it was one that was mutually beneficial. The town would keep the green space, the old school could be developed, and the owner was able to get the property at a reduced rate, as well as change the town property line while also rezoning to a B1 district. The original plan, as presented to the town by QBE, was to build vertically and improve the old school that was falling apart. The town entered into the agreement with those development plans in mind and supported the development as well as the reduced sales price. QBE has now changed their development plan significantly, and instead of preserving the green space, which was a major point for the town's support in the original agreement, seeks to build on the land and void QBE's portion on this agreement. The revised development plan is grand and will significantly change the last of the open spaces in Haymarket forever. I request that the town deny the proffer amendment so the lease can run per the original agreement. I would also like the town to negotiate with the owner at the end of the original term to the proffer amendment in 3 years and keep the green space development free. From our window, we can see how great it is to have the green space and ball fields available to our residents. Families and kids playing and enjoying each other's company, and it provides that connection to each other that gives us that small town feel. I believe the town should maintain the balance of the green space to development and avoid overdevelopment as other towns have near us, eliminating their opportunities for community connections. We have a choice now to avoid these other towns' mistakes. Thank you for your time, Nick Polari. The next one we have, please deny the proffer amendment statement for the property at 14600 Washington Street. My grandson played and now my granddaughter is playing softball on those fields. We need those green spaces so our future athletes have places to play. Respectfully, as a town-paying taxpayer, Kathy Passanello, 6895 Track Court. Next one. Hello to the town council, town employees, and the mayor. Thank you for hearing from residents on the special proffer issue sought for the QBE property. I am vehemently opposed to the special use proffer sought for the QBE property. The applicant has given a sweetheart deal on the property, parentheses, purchasing the property for the cost of just 2 of the new homes on Blight Drive, in parentheses, and in turn the applicant had very specific parameters to follow to get such a shockingly low sales price on the property. Part of that agreement hinged on him keeping the ball fields for public use. The applicant is now essentially asking the town to allow him to breach his contract under the guise of a special use proffer. I hope that the town council votes no here, ensuring that the applicant's contract is fulfilled in its entirety as it was intended, as it was designed, and as it was agreed upon when it was entered into. I wonder, though, was the applicant planning to do this all along to take advantage of the extremely low-paced paid for the property, and turn it into something else he didn't reveal when he purchased? All real estate deals are supposed to be done in good faith. This deal at this price was made in good faith with the intention of the applicant fulfilling the deal that he accepted in full. The applicant shouldn't be attempting to skirt his responsibilities years early to demolish and turn the last remaining ball fields and green space here into condos, a strip mall, and a potential drive-through by seeking a special use proffer amendment to effectively terminate his agreement early. But whatever the reason this is being sought so quickly by the applicant, the answer should be a no, either way. The applicant should be held accountable to the deal that he agreed to when he purchased the property, just as everyone else is expected to. Thank you, Jillian Polari, Blight Drive. That's all I have for this public hearing.
Mayor, just for the record, that Vice Mayor Peters now owns in as well.
Okay, welcome aboard, Vice Mayor. Last chance for public comment for this public hearing.
Dottie Leonard, 14801 Washington Street. I don't know what good it's going to do when the wife of one of you and the 2 best friends of one of you has already been one of the letters read, but it's just plain not fair. Virginia is a property rights state, and what has been happening of late is finding ways to strip people of their property rights. And trust me, I know what that feels like. I remember actually I was the one who made the motion to allow residential above commercial property, B1 property, years ago. And there was no special use permit involved in that motion. I don't know when the special permit issue was added to it, but it's just plain inappropriate. We have that type of property existing in town. Mine is going to be done that way, and I'm adjacent to that property. It just plain isn't fair. The town spent a lot of money buying the Harover property, over $2 million, at least $1.25 million that they paid for that town park. And to not utilize or realize that that town park is providing the vacant space for kids to play in. It's not fair to burden a property owner no matter what they paid for it. Lots of people buy property early on and make good deals depending on whether they're paying cash or what. I didn't live on a commercial property when I made that motion. I lived down Madison Street in a little one-story Rambler. But I know what it means. I have a license in real estate. I know Virginia law, and I know what we're not abiding by here. We're playing favorites. It's got to stop. You mean you weren't hearing me? What a waste of breath. I just want to say this, and I'm not going to say this because Chris isn't here tonight. I'll say it when Chris is. I'll save it.
He's on Zoom.
Chris is on Zoom. Are you there, Chris? Chris talks about buying Bibles. I can't afford.
Yes, ma'am. Chris is here.
Okay, I can't afford to buy Bibles, Chris, but I try to live my life because sometimes your life is the only Bible anybody ever reads or the only scripture anybody ever reads. So we're all watching each other, and we need to do right by everybody in this town. We're creating a town. We're not being adversaries to each other, and I don't even want to get started on the police department issues. I'm saving that for a bigger, badder day.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Then I guess we'll close this public hearing. And we'll open up our regular meeting. It's not on the agenda item, but we should have citizens' time for the regular meeting. Right now I got Jim Payne.
Jim Payne, 6680 Fayette Street. Good evening. I've been coming to these meetings for 5+ years, give or take. No, I have not made it to every meeting, but I've made it to quite a few. And while attending meetings doesn't make me wiser or smarter or more intelligent than someone who hasn't, what it does, it gives me perspective. Perspective as to what people say and how they say it. Now, I didn't attend the October 26th meeting, but I did watch it in its entirety online. And what I heard was very disturbing. Now, I want to preface this by saying, Councilman Shannon, I do not mean to diminish any of your service that you might have given in the federal capacity, but not one of you up there on the dais is qualified to run a police force. That's just a fact. I don't believe any of you have been to the academy, have been trained in weapons or tactics, has managed a group of officers, been a mentor, or trained them in any capacity. I don't believe any one of you has worn a badge, chased a perpetrator, following them, knowing that you're the only thing in between someone losing their life or getting injured and bringing them to justice. No, the only person that's uniquely qualified to do that job is that man sitting right there, Chief Lance. I've known the police, or do know the police in Haymarket fairly well for all the good reasons. Our business has supported them and many of their community events, and they've supported us and an integral part in ours. The police not only provide a sense of security, they also provide a sense of community. And now community, that's something that's intangible and can't be captured in those numbers rattled off in the meeting. That is an intangible factor, call it the it factor or whatever you might want to call it, but it is very, very real, and we do have it in the Haymarket Police Department. Now, I've heard the chief in many meetings go over his reports and briefings and whatnot to you, but when I heard him literally beg the council to let him fill the position vacated by Corey O'Neill, my heart sunk. I realize you council members don't like the word defund. I can understand that, but call it whatever you like, right sizing, reimagining, whatever. But let me make it clear and easy, break it down to you. There were 6 officers. Now there's 5. 5 is less than 6. Now I also heard that might be a good time to add diversity into the force. How about we add the most qualified person for the job, be it male, female, black, white, green, orange, purple, or polka dot. I think the town deserves that. I know Corey O'Neill, as he was an integral part in the police and our community events. His son works for us, and he has for quite a long time. What Corey gave to the town is far more than you can break down by total salary and some mathematical equation. He will not be easily replaced, as I'm sure the chief knows, but not letting the chief do what he needs to do or delaying him in doing such, which is in itself making a decision, is, in my opinion, doing a service to the town, its residents, and its businesses. Now, I was going to leave it right there, but I came a little early, as I usually do the meetings, and I was speaking to the chief, and I asked him a logical question via the times that we're in right now about the riot gear. It was one of the last things the old council did. And I was very disappointed to find out the new council made him return it. To have the police ill-prepared for a very plausible situation that might be upcoming, well, all I have to say about that is if it looks like a duck, acts like a duck, quacks like a duck, people can make up their own mind. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Dottie Leonard again, 14801 Washington Street. I'm shocked that the riot gear would be returned. Absolutely shocked. And so will every person that lives in this town when they find out. And I mean to see that they find out. I'm shocked. I've lived in this town February will be 49 years. I remember when we only had one policeman, and we had to be here a lot of the time without someone. I remember when we had to call 911. One night I had a threat on my phone for someone who thought I was someone else and said, I know where you live and I'm coming to your house. Somebody bought drugs from me and didn't pay me for them. And so I called the police. They were almost an hour getting to my house from Prince William County. We don't want to go back there. I often call this man the tallest man in the room because he has been the best police chief we've had in this town. The town has run more safely and more pleasantly under his direction. And I mean to, if I have to, bring a riot of my own if you all don't stand behind him and defend him and give them back their cars, set those cars back out front where they were when they're not in use or when somebody's in the office. that makes us feel more safe. I know what it's like to live alone and not feel safe. Give them back their cars. I don't know why Officer O'Neill left, but I would suspect it's because of the change in how he was treated. That's all I'm going to say at this point, but it's not the end.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
This email's from Maureen and Jim Carroll, 6862 Track Court. At the work session held last week, all of you expressed your opinions regarding an opening prayer to begin your meetings. We felt a most lukewarm endorsement for this from many of you for two reasons. First, this is not the time or place for prayers. We as a nation have a strongly expressed belief in separation of religion from politics. And second, many of you are reluctant to express a seemingly hostile attitude toward the prayer in a public forum because both you and your constituents have strongly held religious convictions. Might we suggest an alternative solution to this difficulty by employing the use of a moment of silence? A moment of silence is presently being used by the Planning Commission. This moment of silence allows for everyone to gather his or her thoughts in the presence of each person's concept of God without overly extending the already lengthy meetings, or, more importantly, needing to seek out a monthly prayer leader and keeping a record of which religious traditions are being overly used, or worse, not acknowledged enough. Thank you, Maureen and Jim Carroll, 6862 Track Court.
Okay, is that it?
That's all I have.
Okay. I guess we'll move on then. Next agenda item, we'll go through the minute approvals. We got the first one, which is a special meeting. I'm assuming that's my walk, right? Yeah. Okay, do I have a motion?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of Mayor and Council special meeting, September 12, 2020, 9 a.m.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and second. Any discussion or corrections before we? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Do we get a good enough count on Zoom? Okay. We'll move on to the work session minutes from September 28th.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the Mayor and Council work session, September 28, 2020, 7 p.m.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and second. Any corrections or discussions required? And we'll put it up for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. You got a good tally? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve Mayor and Council public hearing / regular meeting of October 5th, 2020, 7 p.m.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and second. Any corrections or discussion? Okay, we'll put it up for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, now we'll move on to the next line of agendas. We'll consider the resolution for the budget amendment. Open that up for any type of discussions that are needed. I think we've...
Anybody on Zoom?
Anybody on Zoom have any comments they want to make on the budget?
No, sir.
I would just, Mr. Mayor, if I no? If I will? Yeah. I would just like to thank staff for putting together this lengthy report. I think they did a great job, and it's pretty, shows transparency, and I just want to say thank you. And and I would recommend all our citizens please read it, because there's a lot of good information in there.
Okay, So I'll put this up for approval if I have, I got the motion in second, right?
Chris, I've got it here.
Yes, on packet page 23,
23.
you'll
Yeah.
see the sample motion.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I move that the Haymarket Town Council approve an appropriation to the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 as designated on resolution number 2020-019.
Okay, got a motion and second. Last chance for any type of comments. Okay, we'll go for a roll call vote.
Weir,
Aye.
Casanello, Schneider,
Aye.
Shannon,
Yes.
Pater,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on to the consideration of SUP application for 6611 Jefferson Street. Open that up for discussion.
Again, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Chris, you have something? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make draft motion.
What do you say?
He wants to make the draft motion.
Oh, please.
Please, if you
I
could.
just wanted to do the motion.
Just do-
Then make it.
Before that, is there any presentation or update by staff that we want to make so the public generally understands what we're?
Sure, I can run through it real quick.
Okay.
So this application is for a smaller religious assembly over here on Jefferson Street at 6611 Jefferson. This parcel, as mentioned by the property owner, has previously been used for this use. There was a break in when the previous religious assembly left and this new one coming in. There was another tenant. Therefore, we're going back through this process at this point. This would be for a use that would occur on one weekday night and 2 nights and days during the weekend. The Planning Commission discussed through the application, we did talk about if there was going to be any disturbance to any of the surrounding residential properties with any late hour services or everybody leaving. The commission decided this was not of a concern at this time, so with that, they did pass it for a recommendation to the town council with a recommendation of approval. There are 2 conditions that were tossed up from the planning commission, one of which is that the property owner or the applicant, the religious assembly, would provide a occupancy permit, proof of occupancy to the town of Haymarket when they come in and apply for their business license. This is required anyway, but this is something we'll then keep on files and we'll know exactly how many people are allowed in the space at a time, so that can be monitored for safety reasons. And then the other condition from the Planning Commission was that the applicant would provide a parking plan to town staff prior to this meeting. That was provided, and it is in your agenda packet tonight. And after review by town staff, it looks to adequately handle all of the expected parking. The other uses there at that property are daytime uses, and this would be the only evening and weekend use that is, will be using a majority of the parking spaces. So I'm happy to answer any questions from council. If you want to take a closer look at the layout of the building and the parking, you're on packet page 40. And down at where it says parking plan, right there, that would be Jefferson Street, so you can get oriented with the layout. The entry of the religious assembly would be on the back side of the structure.
Just a couple of questions or a comment. Once again, I want to commend staff for doing a really good analysis and laying out of the facts. So I really appreciate this report. This is what we'd like to see. I looked at it, most of my questions have been answered. I am in favor of the SUP, and I'll be voting yes for it. I'm just wondering, there were just a couple of issues that were mentioned about, you know, the neighbor, I think, across the street. Would it make sense, and would it be problematic to put a condition, another condition on, relative to whether we have an opportunity to review it in the next year or two? Would that be problematic?
So, just so I'm clear, to review it in terms of if it's working out with the surrounding neighboring properties, if there's any issues based on the number of participants coming to the use, any outdoor activities, things of that nature?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the preponderance of the time that I've been in town, there was a provision, and perhaps Martin can speak to this. There was a provision, and it was customary to grant an SUP for a period of a year, to be renewed every year at the council's discretion. Otherwise, it went on ad infinitum. And I don't have a copy of the old language we had that would accomplish your goal, where it was discretionary on the part of the town to re-review after a year or every year. Perhaps Martin still has that language.
Mr. Mayor. So, Councilman Weir, during the update of the zoning ordinance, that ordinance was problematic. As a temporary use where there's not a lot of hardscape or other significant investment, it made sense to do that. But for something like this, the idea is if it has an impact, provide reasonable conditions that mitigate that impact. But to have to put the burden on someone making that significant investment from year to have some uncertainty about its continuity, we felt it was appropriate not to no longer do that, but maybe address it as part of a temporary use, like an office trailer or some sort of other use that is already predetermined to have a finite period of time. So that was the rationale behind removing that requirement. Or like a temporary home occupation where there's not, in theory, a lot of capital infrastructure to support that use, is simply using the office space. So,
Remember, it had to do with the either the school or the kindergarten, and each year we had to renew it. So Marshall is correct.
yeah, that was, they were predetermined period of time, and they kept asking for extensions of that temporary use, which were granted on a yearly basis. So thanks, Chris, or Councilman Morris, for that.
Thank you for clarifying. Other than that, I'm good.
Anyone on Zoom have comment?
Add was that the conversation about hours of operation, the nature of its use, its location, I was under the impression that it would have a significant of an impact to impact the neighbors. So it was a good conversation to have, but I would agree that it shouldn't be a requirement of this this SUP.
And Mr. Mayor,
Chris?
I do believe that the county's building officials and fire marshal will do just in their inspections to see if this is habitable.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay. Motion. So you,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
can I proceed with making a motion?
yes.
I move the town council approve the special use permit for a religious assembly at 6611 Jefferson Street with the following condition. The applicant must provide a certificate of occupancy for the space to determine the maximum allowable parishioners in the space. This shall be provided by the applicant prior to the religious assembly operating.
I'm sorry, Joey. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Motion and second, last chance for discussion, and we'll put it up for vote. We'll make a
Here.
Aye.
Puccinello.
Aye.
Schneider.
Aye.
Cannon,
Yes.
Hayter,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Okay. Now we'll move on to consideration of a proffer amendment application. We'll go for comments. Anybody?
Mr. Mayor, can we get a similar update or outline of the proposal?
Yes.
We're going to turn the computer so that the other council members can hear a little bit better. Okay, so we are on packet page 41 for all of those following along on the agenda. You'll have my staff report here. This is what was presented to the Planning Commission. It has an update in it regarding their decision and their discussion. The applicant originally submitted an application in the beginning of June for a proffer amendment to change the acreage of the proffer at 14600 Washington Street from 4.51 acres to 2.06. That was going to be reserved in the back as green space for ball field use by Prince William County Parks and Rec.
What was the date of that proffer?
That was originally submitted on June 1, and then that proffer was amended at the end of June, June 24th, and submitted to the town on June 25th. And that proffer was to change the acreage from 4.51 acres to 0. We had this public hearing tonight due to a deficiency in the public notice. The original public notice went out prior to the amendment being received on this by the town. So we had to do another public hearing. Thus, it went back to Planning Commission. Planning Commission had their discussion regarding the proffer and what it would mean for the town. Heard out the citizens' comments and decided to recommend a denial of the proffer amendment as presented. And so that was passed to town council. As requested at our work session, the draft minutes from that Planning Commission meeting on September 21st are on the next several pages. So you'll have the conversation documented there. And if you have any questions, you can certainly ask myself, Town Manager Chris Kuhn, or our liaison to the Planning Commission, Mr. Weir. We were all present that night and can help answer as best we can for the Planning Commission's discussion. As it stands today, staff is in support of a denial of the proffer amendment as it is presented. We understand that the applicant has made comments that they would like to keep some of the green space in the back. If this is the case, we would like to see the proffer amendment be tied to a GDP or have more in it that really shows us that they really are going to maintain the green space in the ball field use, or just a green space. We'd just like to have that conversation with the applicant in more detail, and if that could be amended. So if you have any questions for myself or Chris, please let us know. The applicant is also here tonight if you would like to hear from them or have any questions directly for them.
Okay. I'll give you a chance to present some of your comments.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Connor Leak. I'm the president of Haymark Properties Group, and I have Keith Lowry here, the partner in Haymark Properties Group. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. So I want to give you a quick background of the property. Obviously, as there were some emails being read today, and I just want to make sure that everyone understands in full effect how we came about to acquire the property and where we stand today and our intentions. So back on April 18th of 2013, we entered into a contract with Prince William County in regards to purchasing the asset. At that time, Prince William County had two requirements that they wanted to make sure that were within the contract. One was a 5-year lease agreement to where they could utilize the fields. And then the second one was for the mere fact that if we were to sell the asset within 5 years, they had the ability to purchase the asset back. From that point, if you're aware, there was about 2.07 acres that laid within the county and the remaining portion remaining within the town. The QBE, HPG, we reached out to the town and requested a letter of support for a BLA, boundary line adjustment, to move the entire property within the town limits. We thought that this would be easiest served for the mere fact that there was mixed zonings. The county had an A1 zoning on that 2.07 acres. The other portion was zoned R1 at that time within the town. Having two different zoning ordinances and two different municipalities, we felt that it was easiest if it was all under one. And at that time, we wanted to make sure that that property was within the town limits. We reached out to the town, sent in that letter asking for support. In May 29th, we went ahead and filed for an SUP for a couple uses that would be necessary in regards to the school and the church and the park use. On June 3rd, we met with the town and walked through asking for the letter of recommendation. But unfortunately, before the town council was willing to move forward and give us that recommendation, it was Councilman Tobias at the time who asked that we go ahead and submit a zoning application, a rezoning from R1 to B1 prior to the town council giving support for the boundary line adjustment. So we went ahead and did so and went forward with filing that rezoning there on June 7th. There was multiple public hearings that were held for this rezoning. First one was a joint public hearing on June 27th, 2013, and there no one spoke against the rezoning from R1 to B1 commercial. A lot of folks who spoke and sent in letters over the times since June had also lived in the town, and none of them at that time spoke against the rezoning from R1 to B1 commercial. There was another public hearing on July 8th with just the Planning Commission, and at that time they went ahead and did a recommendation for the rezoning as well as the SUPs to the town council. Again, on that July 8th public hearing, no one spoke against, only folks spoke in favor of that rezoning. At the August 5th town council meeting, that's where it gets a little interesting. Obviously, as we were going through these public hearings and there's discussions between Mr. Marsden, Mr. Landry, Mr. Lowry, as well as the Planning Commission and town council, there's when the proffer was talked about. So there was some misinformation with some of the emails that were being read in regards to what were we supposed to do within the contract. And again, there's two different things we have here. We have a purchase contract with the county that only required a 5-year lease agreement and required a 5-year right of first refusal for them to purchase it back. Then we have the proffer, and the proffer is tied to the rezoning, not to the actual purchase. So as the proffer was put in, one of the things that the town wanted was they wanted that if the county decided not to buy it back, that they could buy it back after an additional 5 years. Another item that was put in there was the mere fact that if at any time after, the county wanted a 5-year lease agreement, the town wanted us to extend that from 5 years to 10 years. So we said, okay, no problem. We'll go ahead and extend it from 5 years to 10 years. At the end of those 10 years, when that lease agreement goes ahead and ends, if we are in discussions with Prince William County and they want to extend that, that's an option. If they decide not to, or we decide not to, and no one decides to rent that space for a term of 1 year, we have to market it for 1 year, then HPG is allowed to develop the property within the standards of the B1. Two other items that were in there was one that if we did go to offer the property for sale, and that if there was no lease in place with the county, the town could then come in and lease the space for a minimum of $5,000 plus triple net charges or a fair market value at that time. And then the last one was that it was contingent upon the circuit court approving the boundary line adjustment. August 5th, everything ended up getting approved. The rezoning was approved, the SUPs were approved with that August 1 proffer that was then put into place. Fast forward, in 2017, Haymarket Properties Group came in front of the Planning Commission and got an approval for their site plan at that time. That was mentioned in one of the previous speakers' emails. It was to add 2 additional stories to the current building, and it was to have an ingress-egress off of Blight Drive. Some misinformation that's out there is that that was only for fire emergencies or for fire access, and that was not the case. That ingress-egress was for folks to be able to come in and out. There was a couple issues. One, the fire marshal wanted to have it in there, and VDOT also wanted to have a second form of ingress-egress because there was concerns over the over the current egress onto Washington that was going up next to Van Meter, and Van Meter has a right out only, and we were going to have a right and left out there, and so VDOT felt that it was appropriate to place another egress onto Blight Drive at that time. We walked through all those steps. We have that site plan that's approved. Obviously, as we can all tell, the market has shifted, and as you can see from some of your other developments that have come into town, from the fairgrounds to the other property here on north of Jefferson, there's the need for mixed use, and that's where we feel like a mixed use is best. And when I state mixed use, I'm speaking residential, retail, office space, and that's where our June 7th, 2017 site plan is. In your packet this evening, as Ms. Lockhart stated, the town had spoken with Parks and Rec and the current user of the proffered acreage. This is on page 42. The planner and the county discussed how the property is currently being used, the need for the space, the public's ability to use the park space, and the long-term need for the space, the interest in the space as its current use, and the parking for current use. The county explicitly stated the fields are in use and that they hope to continue to use the space for time to come. The county further stated that the western end of Prince William County park space, and there is always the desire to further expand and grow Prince William County park space as possible. Lastly, discussion regarding the number of parking spaces and so on. There was some miscommunication that seemed to be at the last Planning Commission meeting between Ms. Lockhart's conversation with Seth, between some of the planning commissioners' conversations with Seth, and then as well as with us. So I called Seth the next day on the 22nd of September, and he stated that the fields, let me actually make sure I quote him properly here for you. We will continue to try to permit as long as the leagues want it to be permitted, but the leagues themselves have reservations about permitting it because of the proximity to the road. And the field that we're speaking to is the field that is at the corner of Blight and Washington. Seth later goes on to state that they would like to have conversations. They need to go. He's talking about how they need to go through the approval process with the Board of County Supervisors. But what they would like to do is they would like to have a space in the back to where they could better utilize the fields. They would like to have a t-ball field and a regular size softball field that they could use. They've talked about adding lighting, fences, possibly a playground, but that they are open to amending their lease with us and to be able to move forward. So as we look at the two different leases, as we look at the two different proffers, it can be misleading with how the current language was put into the advertising. But the way that we've designed that June 24th proffer was that we wanted to tie it with the deed of lease. We didn't just want to go ahead and shrink down the acreage from 4.5 down to 2.05 for the mere fact that what if the county doesn't want that? So what we wanted to do was we wanted to tie it in perpetuity with that lease to allow, if the county decides and they have the money that's allocated and we can negotiate through that contract with them to give them a long-term permanent home, excellent, that proffer would change and go in coordination with the deed of lease. But we didn't want to just go ahead and automatically decrease it down. So as the way that it's worded, it's stating that it's going from 4.5 acres down to 0. But if you're reading through it, it's tying it with the deed of lease, and that's where we're working with Prince William County to go ahead and try to come to some sort of agreement on how we can better utilize this. At this portion, we haven't spoken with them since September for the mere fact that we do not want to continue to spend a large amount of money with our civil engineer right now if it's not something that the town is open to and the town is willing to work with us on. We want to work with the town. We originally were talking with the Planning Commission back in July We were supposed to be on the July 20th meeting, but due to a short turnaround time from a meeting that we had with Ms. Lockhart and Mr. Kuhn, we weren't going to be able to meet the requirements for the SUP and what additional information they were wanting through our civil engineer. So we had asked to have that SUP deferred to an August meeting. We then asked to continue the conversation with the proffer amendment. We were told that that was not going to be possible, that they needed to be heard at the same time. From there, we then realized the Friday before that, oh, we actually are on the agenda. But then we were not prepared for that Monday meeting, so we ended up deferring to a later August date. From there, we were working with Ms. Lockhart to make sure that we could address all of her comments. We went through the process of addressing those. We then asked for another work session with the Planning Commission, but one was not given. When we came up to the Planning Commission there at the end of September, again, we're trying to work with the town. We hope that the town can see that. We sent out a letter to everyone who spoke against and for us on that June 29th, asking for them to come over to the property, asking for them to sit down with us and talk to us. Gave them my cell phone, gave them my email, whatever way is best. Only one gentleman took us up on that offer. I believe I even wrote to some of you as well, since you all spoke on that June 29th meeting, but never heard back from anybody except, again, one gentleman who lived in the Dogwood Park area. From there, I hope you can see that we are serious for the mere fact that we offered the property for you all to purchase. We've listened to the Planning Commission, we've listened to the public, and that's where we said, hey, we're open to all different types of things. I'm not sure if you all have reached out to the public to see what their take is on that. Obviously, there could be a long-term plan for you all with that property, but hopefully you've seen that we are open. We're trying to have conversations with you all. If this means that you would like to have a work session with us, we're willing to do so. If this means you would like to have a closed session meeting tonight to discuss the sale of the property, since not everyone was able to make last Monday's meeting with us, we're open to do so. But we're trying to have just open communication with you all, as well as the Planning Commission, and if that means that we need to have a joint meeting, whatever it may be, we're open to the conversations, but we'd like to have some sort of communication and dialogue back and forth, because we don't feel like that has necessarily been there on the town side. If there's any questions you have, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Marshall?
Okay, I can take a stab at it first. Couple of disclosures. As I have done on my role on the Architecture Review Board, I will disclose that, sounds kind of interesting to do that, but I consider Sean Landry a close friend. He's someone I socialize with on a regular basis. I have assisted with projects at the property. I've also assisted with his work on the QBE Foundation. And so while I have no financial interest in the perception that somehow as a friendship, my friendship would influence my decision, I will abstain from a decision or a vote on this application. Nonetheless, I was the town planner at the time this property was brought in to the town, and I'm also a professional planner by trade, so I do feel I can contribute to this conversation and to the council's decision. So that's being said, I have a couple questions of staff and then a couple of questions of the applicant. First, on the current proffer, as my recollection was that it was contemplated when the proffer was adopted that at some point retention of the fields would be revisited, either at the time of the lease renewal, or the sale of the property, which aligns with what's been said this evening. But Emily, I just wanted to ask you as a staff, are you interpreting it the same way, that the current proffer reads the fields advance as either a lease agreement unless that lease ends, or the sale of the property is refused, that's when it could develop as a B1 use?
So that the rest of council is also aware, Marchant and I spoke earlier today about this as well some. Yes, so I read it as the lease either continues or they offer it up for sale, and at which time, if either of those fail, that the B1 use would take effect.
Okay. The status of the SUP that'll be coming back to the council? When?
So right now, where that is left off with Planning Commission was we were going to revisit that application at our November 16th meeting based on the discussion that occurs tonight. If there's no decision made tonight, the Planning Commission will talk about the SUP at our next meeting and possibly defer it until a later date.
Okay. the concept plan or the general development plan that the applicant has proposed and you've gone through, that's linked to the SUP, but not the proffer statement as currently written.
That is correct as I read it.
Okay. That GDP, if we read what the plan policy says, which if the council will indulge me, I'll read. Just overall, I look at this as a land use question. So the guidance that we have from the comp plan says this is semi-public, designated by the plan as semi-public. Land adjacent to the school should be protected and maintained in the event the school facility becomes available for rehabilitation for public use. Adjacent areas should be well planned to ensure compatibility with the school site as a public use facility. Close coordination should be maintained with Prince William County School Board and the Board of Supervisors so that the full potential of this site may be explored as a social, business, and recreational center for the town and the adjoining areas. The staff analysis at the time that the property was brought into town, it was determined that that proposal met this land use recommendation and this land use designation of the property. A couple of other thoughts, and I'll have some other questions. At the time that the property was put up for sale, it was acknowledged that the QBE campus of the former Gainesville District School was identified as a community resource. And of the other proposals that had come in, this was the one that retained the school. The other sites were presumably for redevelopment and removal of that structure. So again, as I recall, it was brought into the town under the assumption of a simplified development review process. I think it was mentioned earlier, would have to go through two processes, but the assumption was the town would be able to move faster to support redevelopment and revitalization of that use. As I recall, the proffer requirement or the suggested proffer for rezoning it, or excuse me, the proposal to rezone it to B1, that was again limited to commercial use and exempt the property being developed entirely residential, which at the time was considered a burden on the community. Before I move on, I appreciate you guys jumping all over the place with my notes. Mr. Leek, is there a openness of the applicant to link the general development plan to the proffer or have them considered in tandem with the SUP? Make sense what I'm asking?
Yes, we would like discussion of that.
Okay.
We'd like to confirm those questions on it.
Okay. So if I understood the proposal where you're retaining those fields, that was anticipated as part of the general development plan. Okay. Oh, sorry, the SUP, the GDP that was with the SUP plan reserved the fields in the back for two of the ball fields.
Correct. As the county had stated with us with our negotiations since 2018, they wanted to redevelop that back portion with us as long as we would be open to having an extended lease, which would be required because the Board of County Supervisors would not put the funds into it if it's only going to be for the remainder of 3 years that's on their current lease.
Okay.
So, correct. We would want to have those discussions to be able to keep those backfields.
Okay. What was the question I had? Okay. My kind of other comments on this before we move to the council members. I'm sorry, I thought of my other question. The GDP, did the Planning Commission discuss the GDP, or are they anticipating to do that as part of the SUP discussion?
That will be part of the SUP discussion.
Okay. I'm of the position that we probably first need to take 30,000 foot view, of the choice. So to me, the choices are the proffer stays and it runs out the lease, or we entertain a purchase, or we participate in the master planning of the property that we have today. We all know development's coming. We're going to see, we have a lot of pressure in the communities around us. There's going to be demand for services. So the opportunity, there's a risk with each of those options. If we are to let the lease run out, if we are to decline a purchase of the property, then we do lose, and this isn't a doomsday sort of thing, but we do not have the same opportunity in my mind, at least in the near term, to plan out that property and make it a better, more compatible use with the surrounding community. So in my suggestion would be that allow the SUP to catch up, allow if the applicant is agreeing to commit to the GDP as part of their proffer amendment, which generally that layout and design does meet some of the characteristics anticipated by the plan, then that's a worthwhile discussion we're having. But to me, again, the first question would be, what is the consensus of the council to either vet this master planning exercise, let the lease ride out, or vet the right of first refusal? So those are my comments for now. Thank you very much.
Steve?
I don't have the background that some of you do here. I do have since 2017, as I sat right there where Councilman Weir is sitting with the Planning Commission as well as later on the council, where we talked about the entrance on Blight. That was before the houses were built, and we were not opposed to that. I mean, it's just one of those things, and so that doesn't hold water as far as anyone complaining about that entrance and exit off of there. I will tell you, I am 100% against, have been, and will continue to be purchasing any property, period. I like the ideal, as we progress, the mixed use, I think, is the way to go. It's already been done in this town, and it works. I definitely want to see those backfills back there, and if Prince William, they need to put their money where their mouth is, if they're going to step up and they're going to put light, they're going to do all the things. Of course, that adds a whole new dilemma to everything, trying to put up lights there with all the houses and everything else. But I definitely want to see that green space back there stay, without a doubt. So other than that, Marshawn, appreciate your analogy and everything. I was able to follow that more or less. So thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to disclose that my grandchildren play at that field, but I won't let that influence my decision whether to agree or disagree with the proffer. So I'll state that publicly. Marshawn, thank you for your questions. I thought they were very illuminating, and there were a couple of the questions I had. Relative to the Planning Commission meeting, I understand that there were others that had commented at the PC. Do we have the emails for that? Because I would really like to see those.
We do, yes. We had, between all of our public hearings on this property with the 2 applications, we've had probably over 50 emails right in, so we can make those available.
If you could do that electronically is fine. I'd like to be able to read those as I analyze this amendment. So I thought it was a really good report. I think it laid things out very clearly. I'm still kind of cogitating because there's a lot of information here. But did I hear you gentlemen say that you would consider tying the back property to a GDP? Is that correct?
Councilman Passanelli, yes, sir. We would be willing to have any sort of discussion with the town. We've tried to have that with the Planning Commission, and if they're not willing to have that with us, we'd love to have it with you and be able to discuss with you to see what the town would like and what would make sense for us and be able to go from there.
Now, you referenced the number of emails. Are those available? Could you share those with us?
The emails from the town, sir?
No, from the county?
Yes, I can make those available.
That would be wonderful. If you could send that to our staff and they could share them with us, I'd appreciate that.
Of course.
And by the way, congratulations on your elevation to president of HPG LLC.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I would be remiss not to say that. When did you become president?
And was it July?
In July. Congratulations. So, I really like those ball fields myself. This is going to be a real tough decision. I hear a lot of talk about we're anti-business, or some of us are anti-business, and that's not necessarily true, but we're here to represent our residents and our taxpayers as well. So I just have this thought in my mind, why should the town, why should we as a council, I mean, I'd be very open to hearing, why should we agree to this proffer amendment? without other stipulations being in it?
Well, I think that's part of, why we want to have more of an open session on what does the town want out of this. I think as a business owner and somebody who's been investing quite a bit of time and resources in the town over the years, I think that there is a solution here which both allows us to develop property, bring more commercial capability into the town, as well as guarantees some sort of recreational type capability in the back of the property for longer than the current lease. And what the exact configuration or scenario those are, I think it's open discussion. I mean, obviously, we've been working with Parks and Rec because that seems to be what people want. Me personally, I think that keeping that green space and being more of an open park, it can still be field space, but maybe not tied to Parks and Rec, but some sort of overall green space, I think would be more useful to the town than strictly ball fields. But again, from an acreage perspective, it could be similar. So I think this is some of the dialogue that we've been wanting to have is what does make sense and kind of threads that needle of what's good for both the public as well as our commercial interests for the property. And yeah.
So sitting here, I was a little confused as to why the change from, what was it, 2.06 acres to 4.51, why you made that change. And were you thinking of making sure that those acreage stayed within the county's purview, so to speak? Or I'm not really understanding why you made the change to eliminate the entire acreage in that proffer amendment.
Yes, sir. So we tied it with the deed of lease. So the June 24th proffer, if you read it, it ties the proffer with the deed of lease. As long as the deed of lease is in place with the county, the proffer continues to move forward. But our take on it was there's no need to decrease just down to the 2.05 when the county may not want to do it. So the town would be giving up that front portion. And what if the county doesn't actually want to? The reason why we're having this discussion with the county is they're saying they only want the back portion. They don't want the front. And so if they don't want the front, well, then we'll go ahead and utilize it. But I think it's a position of power from the town to tie it with the deed of lease rather than just automatically decrease it down. Because what if the county doesn't want to decrease it? They're telling us they do now, but they change their mind.
But yeah, the intention wasn't to go from 4 acres to 0. What was written, like Connor was saying, was we were negotiating with the county at the time to reduce to a smaller ball field. So the intent of that proffer was instead of tying the proffer with 4 acres, it was to tie it to the deed of lease of the county. The deed of lease of the county, at least the design that we're working with at the time, was to reduce it to roughly 2 acres. I think there's still some. We have a design plan, but I think we have some. Working would like to kind of, figure out what a final design for who the county would be. But that's why we redid after a lot of questions, we redid the proffer to bring it down to the 2 acres instead. But again, I think a lot of that is up for, discussion. Again, the end goal for us would be able to do commercial development on that, mixed-use development on the front half, and then have some configuration of green space in the back, whether that's 2.06 or 2.1 or whatever the final configuration works between parking and everything else back there. That's our intent. Right now, it's based on a t-ball field and a softball field. Again, one field was more for recreational park use, not tied to t-ball and softball. You can do a different configuration. You can put a pavilion. I think there's a lot of options. Again, from our perspective, green space is green space. So whoever wants to utilize that land, we can support. I know in our conversations with Seth in the past, he has said himself that if the town wants to do something with that land instead of fields, it is what it is. Obviously, they would like to keep the fields, but I think it really is up to what does the town believe is in their best interest, for that recreational area.
Can I ask you about the historic building that was moved to the site? What's the plan for that building, and does it fall within the proffer agreement? I don't have the map in front of me, so anybody can answer that.
So it does not fall within the current proffer.
So that's within your other property?
Correct, yes, sir. That's why we were able to move it over. That building was obviously purchased from the town to save, and it was moved at our expense down to our sites. We went ahead and put in a new foundation, new walk-in basements, and we have a lease agreement with the current user. And what our end goal would be is to pick that building up and relocate it to one of the pad sites that are depicted on the GDP and place it down on the pad sites. A lot of misconception out there on that GDP is that it's a strip center, it's a strip mall, but that's not the case. It's actually pad sites that we'd be selling to allow folks to be able to own their own piece of real estate and build their building up. All those buildings would have to go through the ARB to get a COA, but they would also have to go through our design guidelines because we don't want to have something that doesn't look right there. But we're looking at the Craftsman style, similar to how that building is. It'd be multiple of those along that front portion there to try to fit in with the light as well as to keep that historic look within the town.
I have other questions, but I think I want to pass it off to the chairman of the liaison to the PC, and then I'll follow up with a couple more, if okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's going to come as any great secret that I'm not comfortable with the manner in which this process was initiated and progressed from June to this point. I think I need to point out, with respect to what's before us tonight, this is a proffer amendment for all the acreage of the ball fields. At the end of the day, that's what the proffer is. It's eliminating paragraph 1. We're not here to consider a series of public and private leases the town's not party to, and essentially, if we adopt or if we approve the proffer amendment as written, with no other documentation, nothing else tying it to it, it places all of the fields, places at risk the use of all of the ball fields, regardless of where they're located on the parcel, with no guarantee of a return to either the residents, the town, or the users of the field. Paragraph 1 of the proffers, which is essentially what's being eliminated by this proffer amendment, protects the town, and to my view, protects the public and allows people to enjoy the fields in the manner in which they were designed. There's been a lot of talk about dialogue with the town. He said this, she said that. Parks Commissioner said one thing to one person and a different thing to another. I can only go by what I've heard directly from the Parks Department head's mouth. You know, there's a lot of talk about miscommunication, misinformation, misinterpretation. You know, I'm not buying into that argument. I've been around long enough, and I was certainly here when this parcel was purchased years ago, and I've been to all of the meetings since. So I've got a pretty keen awareness of the succession of events that has led us to this point in time. You know, even if we get something in writing, is it worth it? I mean, here we are in 2020, and the original proffer conditions and the site plan requirements from 2013 haven't been fulfilled. I believe I'm correct in assuming that there is no final site plan for the original 2013. Is that correct?
So in October of 2017, there was a document sent to the property owner to fulfill the final items in order to get the final approved site plan. Those have not been met yet.
So we've got outstanding comments from 2017. We've got outstanding comments from 2020 that haven't been addressed. Quite frankly, I don't know why we're wasting our time. I mean, and quite frankly, there's been significant public opposition. You know, I had the opportunity to take a couple of modules, thanks to Emily, who sort of forced me into doing it, from the American Planning Association. And after sitting through several of the courses that they had online, they made me aware of a quote from the Fourth Circuit. One I actually stood before the county board 2 weeks ago and read to them, and I suspect now is a good time to read it to this body. And this is from a case in Richmond reference. This is a land use case in Richmond. that's referencing the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. It says, as the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit trenchantly but aptly observed in an analogous context, quote unquote, it is not only proper but even expected that a legislative body and its members will consider the views of their constituents to be particularly compelling forms of evidence in zoning as in all other legislative matters. Then continues, indeed, we would wonder, or we should wonder, at a legislator who ignored such opposition. In all cases of this sort, those seeking to build will come armed with exhibits, experts, and evaluations. Appellees, by urging us to hold that such a predictable barrage mandates that local governments approve applications, effectively demand that we interpret the act so as always to thwart average, non-expert citizens, that is, to thwart democracy. AT&T Wireless PCS v. the City Council of Virginia Beach. It's actually a Virginia case. And I think a lot of local governments, particularly this one in the past, in many circumstances over the last 20 years, has ignored the residents. And I think the residents have spoken loud and clear. I have issues with the language. I have issues with the impact. I'm not a big fan of considering applications or amendments that are subject to a public hearing the night of the public hearing. I've been on record for multiple years saying I would prefer that council take a week to think about the input, and I would prefer that case in this particular instance as well, and without objection would move that we defer further consideration of this amendment until the December regular council meeting in December.
Point of order, can we finish the discussion and questions before we?
If nobody seconds the motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
And now you can continue the discussion, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I'll let you go and there, council members go, and I'll have some follow-up comments and questions similar to Councilman Passanello.
Okay. I'll give a chance for the council members on Zoom. Do you have any comments you would like to add at this time?
I'll speak. In looking over things, I'm not for purchasing. I don't think that that's realistic. Never was really a truly viable option. Protecting the green space would be my objective, and going from the amount of acreage to zero doesn't provide that. Those are my thoughts.
Councilman Morris, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the only comments that I would add is, firstly, I'm not too sure why we are discussing, or even HBG staff is given a full detail of the timeline, especially knowing that there are a lot of portions in the timeline that is missing. They didn't state in their timeline that documents were outstanding and staff were waiting on those documents for prolonged periods of time. They didn't state that they have not been in contact with the staff of our town over the last 2 months. They didn't state that the truth of what the presentation really entails, that a sitting member of council handed in those proffer before he left office. So there's a lot of things that are missing there, and I would love for Emily, if it is even necessary, for Emily to address any untruths that may have been spoken by HBG staff while on the dais, while they're at the podium. Because I would hate for us to be a sitting council that has an effective staff and individuals walk in, claim certain issues are happening, and we don't give our staff the opportunity to present and say, no, that is untrue. The statements that they're making is a lie. And we just saw it with the individual who came and presented for Councilwoman, or Vice Mayor Prater Street. Remember, she was the individual who came in and was talking things, but it was not lined up with the true story. So if it is even necessary for our town planner to share the items that were not lining up, because we cannot take everything that people walk in as truth. In addition to that, I am totally not in support of purchasing that property. For years, we have heard, especially from new council members, of fiscal irresponsibility, and now to even entertain the thought that we would purchase a $7.5 million property when we don't even know if it's worth $7.5 million, when the assessed tax value is maybe 3.4. So I am totally not in favor of purchasing or even entering into any arrangement whatsoever that would put our town in further debt. And I think we should listen to what our planning commission has recommended, listen to what our town staff that we are paying, that the town is paying, what they recommend, and we should move forward with a motion. That's all I have, sir.
Okay, I've given everybody a chance to talk. Before we get into rebuttal, I would like to give you my take on this. The optics that we have seen from the initiation of this is how the previous council tried to force feed this through and get it through without any chance to vet any questions and actually go through the appropriate processes to get this done. This has led to nothing but trust issues between the two parties. With these trust issues, I don't think anything can ever get resolved at this point. I think what we would really need to do, as I look at the board members, or the council members, sorry, back in my ARB days, right? The council members, is that, you know, before we can really try to think about moving forward with this, we're probably going to have to reset and start over. I think what we need to do is have the dialogue and work together from stage one and move forward. Anything that's happened in the past obviously is just drawn to mistrust. People are screaming lies and people are saying misinformation. But in my opinion, the only way that we're going to be able to move forward with this, and I recommend you guys, is, you know, a denial is probably good, but under the assumption that all we're going to do is reset this and start the process again if it's entertaining to the applicants. That's all I could really say. Now, I'll let everybody go through some type of rebuttal statements that they want to.
I'll just clarify one comment, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Mhm.
Because I was a part of that previous council. I take offense to your comment. We did not approve that in our last meeting. If we wanted to push it through, we could have done that. We didn't. So I take offense to that comment about the previous council. I was one who voted, in fact, the council, we voted, no, we're not moving forward with it. So just want to go on record as saying that.
Right, and that's understandable, but you did, would you agree that the optics were to push this through to our constituents?
It came up on us quick, but the bottom line is it wasn't pushed through. So, thank you.
I want to thank Councilman Morris for articulating a couple points that I had. So thank you, Chris. Relative to the timeline, if you guys could provide that timeline, that would be very helpful. I would appreciate that. And I want to offer our staff here any opportunity here to rebut anything they've heard before I ask any more questions. Unless you'd like to defer or demur, that's fine, but I just want to give you that opportunity.
Right. I think the only thing that I would add there is that there were some things maybe that were missing out of the timeline that staff would have added in that discussion, but also, you know, we did submit comments. We requested to, you know, meet with the applicant. Many a times I even mentioned to, you know, Marchant is we as staff we want to sit down and talk with them. We want to work with them. And we understand that financially there was a decision of do we keep spending money on a GDP, and we understood that with the last round of comments. We felt that we were being conscious of that, and we gave them options to not necessarily sink a bunch more money into it, but rather present us with some more facts and findings that could back up the traffic or how the underground parking garage would work, things of that nature. So I think when it was stated that they were open to talking with the town, I think that was geared specifically to the council and the planning commission, because we as staff did not feel that they were open in talking with us. And I think I'd just leave it at that for now.
Okay, fair enough. Just a couple more questions. I have to admit, too, that I think it's pretty overwhelming by the community, their comments, not in favor of the proffer agreement. I'm not ready to make a decision because I'm looking for that additional information so that we can go through it and analyze it ourselves, cogitate, so to speak. So if we can get the emails and the timeline and any other information that would be helpful, I would appreciate that. I noticed in the PC minutes, the draft minutes, that there were emails read by Chairman Caudle and Mr. Bayen. I'd like to get those if possible, if we could find out what those are. And I think I'll leave it there for now. And once I have that information, have a chance to kind of go through it, I'd appreciate that. And I just want to say one more thing. I want to thank the liaison for his work on the PC. I think it's been invaluable. His skill set has been very invaluable to the town, and I think it's only going to help us get to a fair decision. So thank you very much.
Marchant, do you have some?
I wanted to offer, I was texting earlier to ask Emily if the GDP was available. Is that something we can display?
Yeah, I'll need a couple minutes to get it pulled up.
Okay. Well, I'll have a couple of more eloquent comments than from before. First of all, this would definitely be a case study on how to amend or review or revisit our land development process. As someone who deals with concept plans on a daily basis, there is truly a nature to what a concept plan is. And to the point where we expect that it has to be fully engineered can be a barrier. That's a lot of money up front. So it's trying to strike the balance between a reasonable amount of assessment of a concept plan and protecting the needs of the community. So in terms of the reset, I'm not so much in favor of resetting for the sake of resetting, but definitely using this once the decision's made on how better to improve the process and reduce some of the barriers. A lot of this was my conversations between both parties. A lot of it is managing expectations, nuances, language. A lot of that, in my opinion, led to some misunderstandings about intent and where we're going with it. I would also be remiss to say that there's a lot of public comment that I feel is valid, and the public has legitimate concerns. You know, just as a relationship to me, I'm about to have 38 townhomes built within 10 feet of my property line. That's going to be extremely disruptive for the next 2 years. But you know what? There's rights that people have, and with reasonable mitigations, we should be able to protect the property rights of folks and also protect the rights of the citizens or the interests of the citizens. So the point of going to if the applicant and staff is recommending that we move to the discussion of the general development plan, there's opportunities to address traffic. There's opportunities to address noise. There's opportunity to address property values through quality design. Those are sorts of tools that we have in our toolbox to mitigate the impact and provide some feedback to the community with their concerns. At this point, we haven't gotten there. My point of emphasizing the terms of the proffer amendment is I want the public to be clear that the expectation wasn't going in that this would be in perpetuity. There was a point where we're going to have to revisit whether or not to let that proffer or let that arrangement continue or revisit it. So if we're not moving forward on the purchase and there's some interest by the leasee of the property to revisit how we lay out those uses, and there's an interest from the property owner to redevelop it in some limited capacity, let's have that conversation and see if we can make it a win. Sounds like tonight the applicant's willing to have that conversation. If we need to catch up the SUP where a lot of that detail has been discussed, let's do that, and let's try to vet that opportunity. In terms of the timeline, I think it's good to have just to be able to engage, but again, going back to a land use question, a lot of that timeline will help us improve our development process, but I don't necessarily know that that timeline will have as much influence on our final decision. So if we can, Mr. Mayor, if we could pause for a second.
You have a question?
While I have a second, I do just want to address one thing. I just want to ask council, because it is ultimately up to you guys. In the future, if a developer wants to have a work session meeting solely for their project, that is cost that is incurred by the town because that is staff that comes to have that work session meeting. We're paying the salaries for the planning commission and ARB. town council to attend those meetings. So in the future, how would you guys like me to proceed? Because what had happened is they were not able to attend the regular meeting because they weren't able to get their the comments addressed that Emily had provided in time for the regular meeting. So they wanted to have a meeting at a different date that was not the regular meeting. So that's why they asked for the work session. However, my opinion is that we have those regular meetings once a month for that case. That if you're unable to get your stuff done and provided to the town, and Emily has the time to review it before it goes to the planning commission, you miss that month, but we'll be more than happy to put you on next month. And then if something changes and you're not able to make it, then you got to push it back another month. I mean, we provide these meetings every single month for that opportunity. But if you guys are willing to take the additional cost to have staff time in the meeting for planning commission, ARB, whoever it is, for the work session, then in the future I'll take that under advisement and we can try and work with that. But really that's you guys' decision to allow developers to have an isolated meeting with those boards and commissions.
That scenario, I think, is a worthy investment, especially with the complexity of some of these projects that we're going to be asked to revisit in the future. I think that is value added to the council to be able to discuss that in detail. Emily, I was thinking of the illustrative. Does it more depicted? So I think this was the illustrative plan that more or less illustrates the GDP. But a lot of the initial questions talked about it. Was that, were those pad sites or a strip mall? The access questions. I'm of the position that the back fields are not necessarily the most efficiently used with those two ball fields. Why not make it more of a multi-purpose field where we can do multiple sports? So these are the types of things that, if this is where the consensus of the council to start to work into that level of detail, then let's look at that and feel and be able to respond to some of the citizen comment. And that was my point. Thank you.
Bob.
I'm often accused of being myopic and a little too focused on things, and perhaps that's the case here, but I think I don't even want to get into this tonight because the issue at hand is not that GDP.
Right.
The issue at hand is a proffer amendment. That's what's under consideration. Now, the proffer amendment, in theory, would have to be adopted to realize that particular GDP, but I would suggest that adoption of the proffer amendment as written could also accomplish a variety of other potential outcomes. There's a lot of talk about leases. There's a lot of talk about, what's been said with the Parks and Recs, what the options are, what the future of the property holds. And I guess it all sort of hinges on, I think Marchant used the term perpetuity of use. And perpetuity of the use is an interesting question, the answer to which the Planning Commission Chair and I vehemently disagree on. And I refer back to the proffer as adopted. Proffer 1, middle of the first paragraph, the recreation fields will be maintained for recreational field use by the applicant from the date of approval of this proffer by the Haymarket Town Council, so long as, there's no deadline there, there's no, 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 15 years from now, so long as a public or private partner is willing to enter into a commercially reasonable form of lease agreement at a fair market price. And there are a variety of other things in here too. So the question we have before us is, are we in a position, or is this council in a position, where it wants to either approve or deny the proffer amendment, irrespective of the GDP, irrespective of the miscommunications, misinformation, whatever, regarding strip malls, pad sites, ball field locations. What's before us right now is that proffer amendment, and that's the driver. And I think that's the question that we've got, that's the question that we need to answer in the near future. With respect to the comp plan, it's been sitting, waiting revision for 5 years. It's been waiting revision since November 2015, when I resigned from the Planning Commission, and it's been sitting in limbo ever since. If we're going to, as you suggest, revise our land use procedures, our land use plan and everything, which I think we should, because I believe that the comp plan is terribly stale, given what's been approved over the last couple of years, then now's the time to do it. However, trying to act in response to the existing comp plan, which we've already kicked off the revisions to, with an open-ended proffer amendment that could realize any number of GDPs, I don't think is a wise decision, and that's why I've asked for this thing to be deferred until the December meeting.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, so we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded.
Motion was to defer the proper amendment on consideration until the December regular meeting, which is December the 7th.
Question. I'd like to ask a question.
Yes.
Councilman Weir, are you expecting, what is the directive to come back?
Want to give everybody here time to dig into the issues they want to dig into, ask staff your questions, ask the applicant. I mean, the applicant and staff have been asked to provide a number of things, and we'll see where it goes from there.
The motion on the floor is to defer to December.
December 7th.
Okay.
The December regular meeting, that date is December the 7th.
Okay, we would discuss it at the work session prior, at the council work session prior.
Presumably, yes.
Okay.
Been a motion and a second.
Okay. Any last comments? We'll put this up for vote. I think we've discussed this enough.
Mr. Mayor, can I just get clarification?
Clarification.
Just to make sure I understand what I can bring to the 7th meeting. Mr. Passanello stated the timeline, the emails between staff and I, the emails between Seth and ourselves. Is there anything else that we can bring on the 7th that this council is looking for that we could assist with?
I'd like that information before the meeting.
Of course.
All of the information that I asked for earlier. This way I can go through it,
Would
so
it be
I'm
appropriate
prepared.
to send it to the council directly or to the clerk?
I think it would be fine. Send it to the clerk, and then the clerk will send it to us.
Lovely. Is there anything outside of those 3 items that Councilman Passanello asked for that council would like?
Any revision? Mayor, if we could, based on the suggestion tonight that we could look at consider the GDP with it, any revisions you had to that GDP, any other responses to some of the community dialogue to date, or any other agreements you're willing to consider. I would ask that you consider on the GDP, rather than showing just the 2 fields, that it be more of a accommodating situation of any sort of public use, so that we don't have to come, if there's support for that we don't come back time and time again. But some additional detail as it's available would be helpful.
May I respond to Mr. Snyder, sir?
Go ahead.
A little more detail on your end would be helpful in that, for the mere fact I know you stated multi-use purpose on those fields. Personally, I don't want to pay my civil engineer to do one thing and then come back and not meet your expectations of what you were thinking on multi-purpose use. So if there's something in particular that you'd like to see on the GDP or something along those lines, I just don't want to play guessing games with how you all are thinking. So the more information that's available by you to give me a clear directive will it assist me and my civil engineer on designing in particular those fields on how to look. So whether it's just, I leave it up as entire green space and we go from there, or turn it into the fields they are. The only question at that time though is Parks and Rec, because Parks and Rec would obviously want them to stay as fields, not necessarily as multi-purpose fields.
So I would take that back, not a revision to the GDP, but a general description of other uses that that you have or anticipate could be used at that site.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak for a minute about that topic?
Well, I think discussion is over. I think this is just for clarification.
Okay.
These discussions, of course, can happen through any type of exchange of the information that you're going to be given.
Okay.
And we can do that offline. So we're good? We'll put it up for a vote then.
Roll call vote, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Ware?
Motion to defer, correct?
Motion is to defer, the
Aye.
motion is defer till December 7th meeting.
Aye.
Casanella.
Aye.
Schneider.
Abstain.
Shannon.
Yes.
Hayter. Yes. Morse.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your time. Okay, where are we at here? Okay, now we're up to the CARES Act agreement with the PWC IDA.
Yes, Mayor and Council, as I mentioned at the work session, there were some slight revisions that need to be made at the request of Pat O'Leary, the head of the Pennsylvania County IDA. And this is for the voucher program as well as the business grant. So what this will do is the town will donate, will give the money to the IDA, which then they will cut the check to the businesses. Unfortunately, this is the route we have to take to fulfill the vouchers and business grant applications. The county is using this same organization as well as the town of Dumfries. It has been vetted by the town attorney and ready to move forward. Just need you guys' approval.
I'll make it quick. I move the Town of Haymarket approve the agreement with the Industrial Development Authority of Prince William County as presented.
Second. Sorry, Steve.
Do it.
Sorry.
Okay, I don't think there's any real comments needed, but I will ask for a quick comment from anybody if they want to. Let's do a roll call vote then.
Weir.
Aye.
Casanella.
Aye.
Schneider.
Aye.
Shannon.
Yes.
Hayter. Yes. Morse.
Okay. Now we'll move on to the invocation policy and guidelines. So I guess staff, were you able to put together anything as directed from the work session?
I believe it should be in your packet. And what we did is, we had the discussion at the work session that there were two documents. We were unsure of the necessary order of them, so you guys can see in that second bullet point, we have provided you essentially your choice of option between the two, because they were essentially the exact same document with one small edit. So that would allow you guys to choose which one was utilized, and really stand ready for any questions.
We added the invitation to the agenda.
Oh, yes, and then in the policy for the meeting, we also added the invocation for that amendment as well.
And that's truly what would probably need to be approved tonight. Bob, you have a comment?
I'll make it quick because mine's going to probably be the shortest comment. I'm not particularly in support of having a rotating invocation by varying parties. I think if you look around most jurisdictions, if they have an invocation at all anymore, it is largely delivered by one of the council members, board members, whatever. If we were to adopt a policy whereby a member of the council wanted to give a short prayer, I'm good with that. If you want to do the moment of silence, I'm good with that. I don't know that I want to get into the past short-term practice of rotating it amongst various faith communities. I've been at county board meetings where they used to do that for a period of time, and feelings got hurt, things were said. It's not intentional by the speaker, but I mean, it just creates the opportunity for people of, let's say, differing faiths to be kind, to take offense, or I don't know if offense is quite the right word, but I don't know that we need to go down that road. I would prefer to keep it short and sweet, and if there needs to be a prayer, so be it, but I would rather have a council member deliver it as a short invocation or a moment. I could even live with a moment of silence. Thank you.
I think we should consider what was suggested this evening in citizens' comments regarding a moment of silence, and that could dispel some of those concerns that Mr. Weir rose. But my position is that I don't think it's necessary to the meeting, but if we're going to do a moment of silence, then it would have to either be changed in section 5.1 order of business of our council rules of procedure to be either invocation or moment of silence, or invocation / moment of silence. That would be my only suggestion. Thank you.
I was going to suggest something similar. Would we consider an invocation the same as moment of silence? The way I read the policy to read is if someone wants to come and speak, or if a member of a religious organization wants to come, this is the policy they're subject to. If there's no one available that month, then the mayor can put to the council if a member of council wants to do the invocation, or alternatively do a moment of silence. So I'm agreeable to the suggestion of an invocation / moment of silence. And the way I read this policy, doesn't require us to do this every month. It's just a policy should we have somebody interested, or it's the prerogative of a council member through coordination with you. So, that makes sense?
I've always, one of the things I preach at work is the old adage, if it ain't broke, make it better. Instead of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. In this case, I'll go back. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Again, since 2017, it has not been an issue, not one time, where we invite, and a lot of times they request to come in, various faiths, not just in this town, but around us. So I'm in favor of going back to what we had before. I think it was the right thing to do, and that's, the moment of silence is important. If we did, I mean, my vote's going to be that we put the invocation back in. We either invite, or they come up and they have 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, to say what they want to say and do the prayer. So that's it.
Councilman Morris, your comment?
Sir, thank you. I am totally in favor of adding to the agenda the invocation, and should there not be any individual to do the invocation, if the mayor so wishes, to task a member of council to do it, or if he so desires, for a moment of silence. I would like to add to Mr. Shannon's comments that not since 2017, but since 2014 when we started this, I have not seen anything. I can understand Mr. Weir's position. I just don't see where it would cause contention or people's feelings getting hurt. And if we get to that place where the mayor deems fit that individuals are being, their feelings are getting hurt, then maybe we can revisit it. But I just don't see us getting to the level where the county has been, where if it is true that people's feelings were getting hurt, I think it's a great opportunity to bring ministers and rabbis and priests and individuals from all different walks of religion and faith to give an invocation in our council chambers. So I am totally in support of putting the invocation back on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Pater?
I too am in favor of the suggested policy and bringing invocation onto the agenda and/or a moment of silence.
Okay. As I said in the work session, you guys already gave your opinion to shut me up. What the formalities here are to amend the schedule, get that in the policies, and to reactivate the guidelines. So that's what I'm looking from you guys, is a motion for that, and then we'll move forward.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move the council to add invocation back to its agenda, and also all business for council meetings for invocation to be added to 2.3 under section 5-1.
Second.
Okay, you got a motion and a second. Last chance for discussion or clarification.
We offer a friendly amendment.
Got to ask Councilman
Councilman
Mayor.
Morris, would you be
Morris on that.
agreeable to invocation / moment of silence?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Okay. Councilman Shannon, do you agree to
So,
this?
Mr. Mayor, may I amend my motion to be for an invocation / moment of silence be added to the agenda at 2.3 under section 5-1 order of business.
Second.
Motion and second. And clarification, that's actually, what is it?
Item number 3.
Item 3 of the, okay. Got a motion and a second there. Any more clarifications? Okay, let's go for a roll call vote.
Weir,
Abstain.
Pasanello. No. Schneider,
Yes.
Shannon,
Yes.
Pater,
Yes.
Morris.
Yes.
Okay, and do we need to activate the guidelines again? Do we need to get that in motion, or is that just falls with it?
I think that's covered by the motion, I would think, wouldn't it?
Part of the motion, okay. Just wanted to clarify that and make sure I'm doing everything legitimately. So, okay, we'll move on then. We got the police officer position. Now, I guess I'll start off on that, since I'm the one who's been kind of driving this. As you guys have seen from the email that I sent out on Friday and a scheduling exercise that I sent out on Saturday, that I don't feel we're in jeopardy at this time to be able to put this off. I'm not looking to remove a person from the police force. I just feel we don't understand how the police force operates to be able to make the decision at this time. And I was asking that this get delayed by 2 or 3 months. But I did say at the work session that I did want a decision on what we're going to do, so that we're not kicking the can down the road or doing anything of the sorts. You can see in my opinion what I said. Addressing the citizens' comments, you said we don't know the police force or the operations. Exactly. That's why this needs to be delayed. You talk about getting cars in front of the police office for visibility. That's not our issue. That's up to the police chief. Riot gear, we're accountable for the actions of the police. And at this point, to be able to use riot gear, training's required and retraining every year is required. Did we feel it was an appropriate thing when we have agreements with Prince William County to support us and reciprocal agreements in which we would support them? I did not feel it was necessary. And I think that agreement was across the board pretty much. I know Steve probably disagreed. But I guess I would like to start to address this and get an answer to Chief on whether he should start to go ahead with the hiring process or sit on it until we have a chance to gather information. I might leave it up for discussion.
I'm going to reserve my comments to last, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody?
What's the question?
Whether to proceed with the hiring or to defer until we have more information, essentially going with, after reviewing the mayor's assessment here and suggestion, that we collect this data and better understand the operation itself. So make no decision this evening or make a decision. Is that about right?
That is Correct, and so I'm opening it up for discussion, then we'll go for a motion, and we'll vote.
Okay, I'll start if nobody else will. Marchant, go ahead, please. That's fine.
I defer to my elders.
With respect.
Out of
with
respect.
Right, with respect.
Okay, so, Mr. Mayor, may I go?
Yes, feel free.
I think, well, I think Steve might be the eldest.
I'm the oldest up here yet.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris. We'll defer to the youngsters.
Thank you so much. So, first of all, I do want to thank you for the privilege to speak. First of all, our police department have reached a level of professionalism that I have never imagined it would since first taking office in 2014. Chief Lance has, through his developed skills in community policing, enabled the Haymarket PD to be now comparable to the local departments in our region. No doubt, the number of officers that are presently serving within our department will need to be increased, especially with the additional developments that will be coming on stream in the next few months and years. This discussion has nothing to do with the chief of police or his effectiveness to lead the department, nor does it have anything to do with defunding the department, wherever that term came from. That term does not mean to take away money. That is not the exercise that we're looking at right now. The term defunding the police has to do with taking monies away from our local police department and putting it in some other areas that substitutes the police department. And that is not what this exercise is about. So my biggest issue that I have in seeing the November calendar has to do with the position of the lieutenant. Approximately 6 to 8 months ago, when the lieutenant was promoted from sergeant, I asked if this position was going to take him off the streets. And I was told no. So he would still be in a position, occupying a role on the schedule, doing patrols just like the other 4 officers that are there in the departments, in addition to the reserve officers. So that is the biggest issue that I have concerning this topic. I am just finding out last week when the schedule came out for November that the lieutenant has not been on the streets and mostly been doing office support work, which is greatly needed. The question that I have for the chief is, would adding an officer mean that the lieutenant would be taken off the streets? Mind you, if the answer is no, then why was this not done months ago? If the answer is yes, he would be taken off the street, how can we justify having only 4 officers on the street and having 2 officers in the office? I'll summarize with my recommendation that the lieutenant has a steady shift on the street. Now, bearing in mind that on this November schedule that is here, the November schedule that is there has the chief only working by himself 3 shifts for the entire month. That is not bad. 3 shifts by himself. 10 days of that month, the month of November, the chief would work with another officer, giving him ample time to, 1, go on patrols with that officer to assess them, maybe drive around, look at areas that are problematic. He knows exactly what to do when he drives around with officers. That's 10 days the chief of police would work with another officer. 6 days, the chief works with the lieutenant. The lieutenant would work by himself only 4 days. So look at the facts concerning this new schedule, which I am in support of this schedule working. I am also in support of bringing on another officer. However, that is not a conflicting statement. I would like to see the chief and the lieutenant on the streets. That is something that I don't think is happening enough. So whilst I am in support of bringing an additional officer on to replace Corey, and not necessarily to replace Corey, I'm more in favor for bringing on an additional officer to make sure that our strength is at a place where the chief feels comfortable for good coverage. But I would like to see the November schedule stay in place and have the lieutenant on the street. Think about it. Your two most senior guys in the office, the ones who have the most experience, the ones who have the better knowledge in dealing with issues, are not on the street patrolling every day. And the November schedule gives us that. In addition to that, I would like to maybe table for discussion the Laney detail. I think we should look a little bit deeper, and the mayor and I talked about it. Maybe it's looking at giving up the Laney detail, maybe handing it over somewhere else where we free up our reserve officers. But back to the meat of what I am looking at, the November schedule is a good schedule to have. It is not, I think Mr. Shannon said it last time, and it wasn't a good summary, that we're having the chief on the street when that's not what we're paying him for. Actually, that's what the chief came on as. When the chief was interviewed, he was asked and told that this was a working position, and he has been doing far more than, he has exceeded our expectation. The chief has brought this department to a level where it is comparable. Think about where we were 6 years ago. 6 years ago, we were not comparable to the guards that you find at parties. And this chief has brought our department to a place where it's comparable to other chief of police and the police departments. That's what this chief has done for us. And he has done exceptionally well, and he continues to improve. However, there are still some gaps and some areas. Just like I am learning, there are still some areas to learn. And this schedule is teaching me that we can still learn from this schedule. Having it the way it is, having the chief patrolling. I would love to see the chief going out on the street. Maybe he's already doing it. Going out on the street with every officer. Not just waiting on a staff meeting to talk to the officers, but going out on the street with the officers, patrolling 1 hour. In 1 hour, our chief with the officer can touch every street in our town. I would love to see that. I would love to see the lieutenant jumping into the vehicle with the duty officer and taking a stroll, both of them. Of course, wearing their masks, but we're going around in the communities. In that 1 hour, they can hit every street in our town. And that I believe, in my limited knowledge, is not happening. So my recommendation would be to hold off, watch this schedule while it works, and allow the chief to do his work while he continues to interview and select the right person he thinks will suit, whoever he thinks it is. I am not going to give my input who it is that I think is the best candidate for this job. I don't think I have the expertise to state whether or not it should be a certain type of person, a certain color of skin, a certain gender. I don't have the expertise to say that. But I know who does. And he's sitting in the main office. He's the chief of police. And he has all the knowledge there is to choose the right officer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Switch to the youngest. So, yes. So I am in support of filling the position. I spoke with Chief this afternoon. It's hard not to take personally when you have a bunch of folks overviewing your schedule. But the way I'd like to describe it is that, majority of us are new council members. I've not had to help manage, or that's not the right word, understand the what happens or what goes into supporting a police force. So I look at it as command philosophy, asking questions like, what is your command philosophy? Do we need to reaffirm our level of service? We talk about 6. At some point, we established that was the coverage that was necessary to support, I assume, 24-hour coverage. So those sorts of things, in my mind, are questions we should be asking so that we can defend to the community the expense that we're putting forth. And if we need to revisit that community service policy, let's do that. I've said at the time before, with the development that's coming, if we can look at a more efficient, work with the chief to understand his command philosophy, and if there's opportunities to build some efficiencies into the schedule and allow us to be able to serve the anticipated demand that will come in the next year or so, and we can do that with 6, not have to hire 7, let's have that discussion. But I think in the near term, we do need to fill the position, get that person trained, get them on the police force, and then continue to have these strategy sessions with the chief on again, reaffirming our level of service policy that we as a town want to support, understanding more of his philosophy and how the police force is managed. Mr. Mayor, you've talked about doing ride-alongs, which I've intended to do, not done. Taking tours of the police department, just so that we can speak with intelligence on questions about the police department, and not look at it as a negative, but look at it as a positive, that we know enough to be able to speak eloquently and support the initiative that he's doing. I do take objection that this is some sort of criticism. The police force has come, yeoman's, that's not the right term. We've come far along since I've moved here, and I believe we have become a notable police force, and I certainly support the community investment that's there. But again, I'll be supporting filling the position and again, having these ongoing discussions with the chief about operations and service levels. Thank you.
Is it okay for the second oldest?
Go ahead. I'm in no hurry.
Okay. I'm not in support of filling this position at this time. That's not saying I would never be in support of filling the position going forward. I think the mayor has raised some really good questions about scheduling and efficiencies that need to be explored. I won't get into all the details. He can speak for himself, but he did lay it out in his email that we have in front of us. I think we can look at different ways of filling that position. Perhaps we need to better utilize our part-time folks. Maybe there are other part-time folks that might be available. If you look at the town of Occoquan, I think he may even said at the work session that there are 12 part-time that cover their service, and I'm not sure if the county supplements that as well. Maybe you can clarify that for us, but I don't think we need to do it. I think we could use some more information. Now I've been accused of being slow to make a decision. I can make quick decisions when I need to, but I think it's worthy. The opportunity exists right now that we can examine it, better understand it, and see what we can deal with here. I am not in favor of impeding response or any of that. I think it's important. So I guess for now, I'll just leave it at that, at this juncture, I think we can still do some homework on this issue and better understand the efficiencies. And by the way, I think it is an issue of cost, too. When we discussed this at the last meeting, someone said that, it's in the budget, let's, might as well fill it anyway. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because in 2018, we had a position in the budget that was riffed after the new council came in, just like that, without real consideration. So I think we would do a better job of examining whether it's worth having the position or that we can't afford not to have it. So there are some other comments I'll make, but I'll reserve them for later. So straight up, I think we can do without it right at this moment. I think the other thing I would like to ask the staff to look into, if I can find my little note here, I think we also need to better understand how the county plays into this. And by that, I mean, I would like to find out what are our total assessments for the town, if you guys can do that for us, if it's okay with the rest of the council. What are the taxes that we pay to the county in the aggregate? And then what is the average household tax paid towards the county? And then if you can break it down further, let's get a better sense of how that is distributed in the county budget. So the last time at the work session, we talked around, I think it was 21.5% goes to public safety. So if we can get a better sense of what that number is in the aggregate and on the average, that would better inform, I think, a decision going forward, and people understanding that we are paying a lot more for public safety than people recognize. And, let's be clear-eyed about that and understand it before making a decision. And perhaps there are ways that we can get the county to help us out as well. And one last thing. We have competing priorities. We do. We talked about a sidewalk at the park. I think somebody mentioned that at our work session. Well, I want to say that sidewalks are a public safety issue as well. Okay? So let's just be clear about that. This is all public safety. This is all for our residents. And I'll just leave it at that.
Chief, several months ago, I promised you I wouldn't micromanage your department, and I really don't want to. As has been noted, I don't have the experience or the qualifications to micromanage a PD department. However, as I was clear, I was going to look at the budget, and I wasn't going to look at how the monies were distributed, and I think that's where I'm having my problem with this. Development is coming, and we are going to have a need for 1, 2, maybe 3 additional officers in time, probably as soon as FY22. But given what's been brought forward by town staff, questions that were asked here, I now have a number of concerns about operating in the status quo. I think I need to have a better understanding of the amount of time required for the chief, the lieutenant, whomever, how long it's taking to complete the admin requirements, and how to best address the time requirement for that admin function. For example, do we want a sworn Leo, certified Leo that we're paying LODA on and everything else, sitting in an office doing a spreadsheet or a report that the state now mandates, understanding that the state's now mandating more and more reports as part of their equity lens for law enforcement? Or is that something that we would be better off putting funding into, I don't know, a part-time admin to relieve some of the administrative burden and put at least the lieutenant back on the street to some degree? I'm also bothered, having looked at some of the stuff that the mayor has sent out. I don't know if bothered is the right term, but perhaps concerned with respect to the scheduling over the last couple of months and how that scheduling is impacted by the Laney and the DMV details. And there are some ancillary associated issues with that impact our budget and the way the pay scales are affected and impacted, overtime hours and that sort of thing. So I think we've just begun to, this needs a little bit of a closer look. We've kind of, although I don't believe we should be getting into micromanaging the chief's department, I do believe we have budget, our responsibility is budget oversight and operational efficiency. And I take umbrage in anybody who suggests that it's a binary choice between public safety and our other initiatives. It's not binary. It's not one or the other. At the end of the day, it's some combination of the two, just at what level we can afford and what level we want to prioritize. I think we've reached that decision at this point in time. It's just a matter of, what is the most efficient way to do it. I do have a question because, in the past, I know we used to do it this way, and I'm not sure how it's done now. But in the interview process, is the mayor and one council member a member of that process, or is this? It used to be. I don't know if it still is. Do we have any input in the interview process? And I'll leave it at that.
Yep. Well, I know I'm too new to understand if.
We'll let the chief answer.
Right. I was going to get to there. But I wanted to say that I was too new and don't understand the processes, but I have not been invited for the previous interviews. So I'll leave it up for
That's
Chief
fair.
to answer.
That's fair.
You want me to answer? Yeah, there hasn't been any previous interviews, Mayor. I haven't started interviews as per Councilman Weir's request, waiting for a decision here. But, in the past, yes, sir?
But also previous to our council,
Yes.
there were other hires, so.
Yeah, so in the past, the process was always myself and the lieutenant going through and vetting the applications and picking the best qualified candidates and weeding out the ones that weren't qualified. Then they would have an initial interview with the lieutenant and myself, and then a background check of whoever we felt we wanted to go forward with was conducted, and then either the one or two or whoever the top candidates were brought before the entire police department to be interviewed by their peers. This is a step that I added just to give the officers who are already working here some input and the teammate that would be working with them. And then once a decision was made to choose whichever officer to move forward with, I would always run that through the mayor, by the mayor. He never asked to be in an interview, but I would always sit down with him and run all the background of the police officer, why he was chosen, all of his investigation into his previous departments and qualifications, and then he was brought on board, he or she.
Okay, Bob?
Chief, I actually do have a question now that I think about it. Life always comes back to movies for me, and one of my favorites is The Untouchables. You know, Sean Connery goes, you know, if you want the good apple, you go to the tree. Have we ever given any sort of consideration to actually finding somebody that's interested in becoming an officer, sending them to the academy, not necessarily for this position, but perhaps for the future one, underwriting the academy training, and then signing them to a prorated contract to cover the cost of that training over a period of years? Is that something you would be interested in looking at in the future?
If we were going to look at hiring a uncertified officer, basically a civilian who wanted to become a police officer and send them through the academy, that's definitely something that I would want to look into. However, I have always shied away from an uncertified, basically green officer, because in a small town there's not a direct supervisor on each shift at times. They're working by themselves at times, and a brand new officer needs a lot of supervision. A lot of the things, I'll just be frank, a lot of things you learn in the academy are completely different when you get on the street. You need someone always with you, at least in the beginning. Especially in a small town, that officer needs to be trusted with making the correct decision on a consistent basis. Also, brand new officers are full of energy, and they are oftentimes wanting to create things and look for things that aren't there. And I find that in small towns, normally an older officer or an experienced officer who is not wanting to arrest everyone he sees, or write their mother a summons because he's just fresh out of the academy. More of a seasoned, experienced officer is something that I usually look for. I find that they're a better fit for small town policing.
Can I ask a question? May I
Yes,
ask
sir.
it?
Yes, sir.
And so the pool could be expanded to retirees too, right? Like federal retirees who have to...
So a federal retiree, the federal system the certification for them is not the same as the Virginia certification, so they would have to go through a complete academy.
The whole program.
Again. Yes, sir.
Even if they're a federal agent?
Yes, sir. The federal government has a completely different education academy. Also, one of the things I didn't state is that the academies, if you were to hire an officer, let's say we started today, a new officer, let's say it would take a month to get him on during background investigation and interview process, then you have to hire them at a specific time when the academy, and they only do 2 academies a year, so you usually wait until January or August when the academy's about to start. Then they're there for 4 months, and then they're on field training for another 2 months. So you're looking at 6 to 8 months of time before you can even use the officer. And so that's why it's typically better for small towns, more bang for their buck if you have someone who can start right after their initial, this is how we do it in Haymarket.
And that's part of limiting your pool, essentially.
Yes, sir.
Because you have to stay within the state certification.
Yes, sir.
And then, of course, the other issues surrounding police enforcement these days.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And typically, we've had a lot of federal guys that want to come here. We've had a lot of DC officers or transit officers that want to come here, but again, their academies are not the same.
And if I could make, Joe, that's a good example. When I was Director of Physical Security at the Pentagon, our police officers, our new ones, we'd send them down to FLETC for training, and while they're down there, somebody else would scarf them up if they were really good, until we got a contingency statement, signed by each of them, so.
Okay, Tracy Lynn?
To unmute myself, I'm sorry. So my viewpoint is simply this. I do think that we should defer this momentarily. I do feel strongly that we'll have to increase our police department eventually with the development. I would like to look more into utilizing our part-time officers. And I agree with Marchant in regards to better understanding Chief's command philosophy and possibly looking into admin support.
Okay, sir, thank you. Mr. Mayor, first of all, you put a lot of effort in to the scheduling, and I looked at, and I truly appreciate you doing that. And first of all, I've done ride-alongs. I've done ride-alongs with the lieutenant as well as with a couple of the officers, and it's fun except for the fact that we can't get out of the car. I'm used to, when my ride-alongs, I like to get out and see what's going on, but that's been the chief's policy, and that's fine. But I think the ride-alongs are very important, especially if you go out here and you sit on the ramp on 66 and you clock a car doing 90 miles an hour and you got to catch up with it. And when you're not under the wheel, you're in the passenger seat. That's a hell of a feeling because you'd rather be underneath the wheel. So, the ride-alongs, I encourage everyone to as they can. I will tell you, I've seen the chief and the lieutenant out on the streets many times. Working down in my subdivision as an example. I'm in support, obviously going to be outvoted, but I'm in support of filling the position right away. And I will tell you a couple of reasons. I don't have confidence that this council and you as a mayor will support it even 3 months down the road. I'm really not. You talked about optics earlier. Where the optic, and you had a legitimate question about pushing QBE through and all. But the optics of this is what I brought up before about the discussions before, the rumors of how the police department, a couple of you in particular, were going to go after it right away. Well, that's the optics. That's what it looks like. Personally, I agree with Councilman Ware that he's not trying to micromanage, because nobody up here is capable of micromanaging the police officer. Or the chief. A pilot of an airplane doesn't understand or doesn't know how to fix his airplane in most cases. He flies it. He depends on his mechanics to keep that airplane in flying condition, and then he just worries about flying the airplane. I don't think the chief needs to be micromanaged. And I agree, nobody has said he should. I agree that we as a council, you as a mayor, should look in and question anything that we have questions on. That's important. That's really important. I do not see, and I appreciate, now I know I'm jumping around here, but I appreciate what Councilman Passanello and Ware has done as far as jumping into the budget, doing things. I respect that. I truly do. I had a couple things. Let me ask, Chief, the Laney project, has it diminished your capability at all to include your schedule?
No, sir.
Okay. Not at all. Okay. What is your opinion, Chief, if this position is not filled right away? You're going to make things happen because that's who you are, and that's the type of police department you have. You're going to make things happen. Does that handcuff you somewhat over the next couple of months? Because first of all, there's no guarantee you're going to even get anyone to put in 3 months down, if we even allow you to do it then. it's getting fewer, you're getting fewer and fewer applicants for these positions, are you not?
Correct.
I just, I absolutely do not support, it's obvious I'm going to be outvoted, but I will tell you, I will go on record as saying I will not support not filling that position. Thank you, sir. Oh, could I add one more thing? I had a good talk with Councilman Passanello. I didn't realize he's got law enforcement in his family and has, I mean, at the federal level and everything, in very, very high-level, dangerous positions. So I have the utmost respect for Joe and his knowledge of law enforcement and everything. So I don't want anyone out in TV land or anyone up here thinking that I don't respect Joe Passanello's knowledge of law enforcement and stuff. He does have it. He lives it because it's in his family. So I do respect that, Joe, and hopefully we had that discussion before. I just think, Mr. Mayor, that not filling this position, and we talked about the optics, it may not be in the hearts of anyone defunding or anything like that. I don't even use that term. But I just think the optics of it is exactly what so many people were concerned about. And I think we'll hear about it. I think at the next public meeting, I think we're going to have some citizens here that are going to be pretty irate. The ones that have stopped me at McDonald's, called me at my house and stuff like that. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Marchant, you had a comment?
Just to follow a comment, and I don't think it was done this way, but I had made the comment about the budget. I think that's oversimplifying the statement. It wasn't so much the only reason to fill is because the budget's there, and I think I've given my justification as to why. So I just want to be clear that I made this comment, but it wasn't meant to be taken in isolation as the only reason to fill that position. Thank you.
I stand corrected.
The mayor did it as well, so.
Okay, well, I don't want to belabor it, so I guess what I'm looking for is some type of motion on which direction we want to go, and we can vote on it.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be glad to make a motion that we follow through and direct the chief to follow through with hiring the position right away.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion, a second. Last
For
chance.
substitute motion to defer for 1 month.
No, sir. I won't change my motion.
Okay. Substitute motion.
How does that fit?
Somebody seconds it, that's the motion.
Oh, I'll second that.
Are you going to vote on the motion that's on the floor now?
I've offered a substitute motion.
And I second.
Question,
I need a-
point of clarification. I made a motion, it was seconded
A substitute motion's been offered.
and
We vote on the
seconded, so
substitute
what?
motion. We vote on whether we want to accept the substitute, and then you vote on the main motion, depending on how you vote on the substitute.
Chris, please give us
Mr. Krim, can you clarify the motion, substitute motion process for council, please?
It's going to be learning for me too, Bob, that's for sure.
So a substitute motion is, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So a substitute motion is basically an amendment to the motion that was initially offered. So without hearing it, I can't tell you more than that, but the idea is that just like any motion can be amended, this is an amendment to the proposed motion. And it could be, I don't know what the proposed motion, the nature of a substitute would be, but it needs to be germane to the motion that was just made.
The original motion was to approve. The substitute motion was to defer to next month's meeting. That decision.
Right, and that's basically just a motion to defer action to continue it to a date certain.
Correct.
So that's different with the friendly amendment where the maker of the motion has to agree?
Correct. It's actually a
Places
hostile move.
the motion entirely.
Generally
Okay.
speaking.
Correct. There's actually no such thing as a friendly amendment. We'll
Thanks,
talk about
Martin.
that.
Suggestion.
Thanks, Mr. Krim. We didn't need to go that far.
So what action are we dealing with here then? Are we going with the substitute for the first vote?
There is the first vote to adopt the substitute motion, Mr. Krim, and then to act on the, whichever motion survives, correct?
Right, so was the motion to defer to next meeting seconded?
Correct.
Then, yes, if there's no further discussion, you would vote on the motion to defer. And if that passes, then that concludes
That's
the
the
matter.
end, correct.
If that fails, then you
We're
go back to the main
original
motion.
motion. Okay.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, roll call.
So
Deference.
Just for clarification, this is a substitute motion to defer till next month,
Till next,
till next month. Where?
Aye.
Pasanello,
yes.
Schneider,
No,
Shannon,
No.
Morris,
I'm sorry for clarification. This is voting that we defer to next month.
this is to defer the,
I vote yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Pater,
Yes.
Okay, so this gets deferred till next month. Okay, we'll go to
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
if I could get the treasurer and the chief to, before next month's meeting, come up with what the potential cost benefits included would be for a part-time admin for up to, let's scale it up to 30 hours a week? 32?
Yeah, anything over that, they're full-time, correct?
So 30 is fine, right? Up to 30 hours. What the cost of that would be.
that's a good point. Councilman, what other expectations or information sets? The directives to bring, before next month, there's data sets that we're looking for? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to vocalize those now, or just go back to what we discussed already this evening?
It'd be helpful to staff and vocalize it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything that you guys would like to see.
So even though I did not vote in favor of it, it would be helpful to, if there is any data or background on how the current level of 6 was established, it'd be helpful to have. What's that? How the current staffing level was established. Was there a metric or some other analysis that determined that 6 was the right, and what was it based on?
Excellent. Good question.
Yes.
All of this is to be prepared for the next work session, or?
Actually, yeah, please.
Yeah,
If
we will
that's-
need this for discussion, for action on the tabled
I mean,
response.
I just need a back of the envelope kind of,
Would you prefer it at the work session then?
I would prefer it at the work session, yes.
Marsha,
Yes, Councilman Morris.
that question was asked at the work session, and the chief responded that that's what he came and saw.
He said what?
Concerning the 6 officers.
Answer was it was established prior to him becoming chief.
Yes, it was, because that question was asked as to, is that the strength that we need for our police department? And the chief responded, that is what I came and saw.
That's what I'm saying, not, if there's information prior to chief coming on board that established the level of service, that's what I was suggesting we look at.
Yeah, good luck finding that.
If it's not available, it's
He's the
not
one
available,
who
so.
tidied up that department. That the chief is the one who tidied up that department to make it look like what it is today.
Okay. Any more directives before we move on information you would like to receive? Okay, so we'll go on to the liaison reports, finance.
You just saw the report in the form of the budget amendment.
Okay.
To be continued, we think in Looking at Roberto.
Well, the next steps for finance will be the audit, which will take place next week, and then we will start working on the FY 21-22 budget, and then we can revisit any amendments as necessary, most likely around third quarter.
You want to address that additional fund now, or during your report, the 30,000?
Just during the report.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Any questions for finance? Okay, we'll move on to the police. Mr. Morris.
I don't have anything else to add, sir.
Okay. I'm assuming no one has any questions.
Yeah.
Okay, town treasurer, or I'm on the wrong spot, sorry. Architectural Review Board?
The ARB did not meet last month, so no report.
Okay, Planning Commission?
We could not raise a quorum, so we didn't meet. However, since we're on the Planning Commission, we've advertised for the Planning Commission vacancy and only gotten one.
Yes. Yes, and this would, if you guys are so inclined to make a motion, this would be for Mr. Utt's unexpired term that would expire June 30th of 2022.
Essentially an 18-month position.
Correct.
Yeah, here's, his resume is quite impressive, too.
With that, I would move we appoint Melvin C. Mason to the Planning Commission for the unexpired term lasting until June 30, 2022.
I will second.
Right.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Quick chance for discussion?
Yeah, Melvin, Mr. Mason is a neighbor of mine, and...
now I'm going to change my mind.
No, you're going to change your mind now. No, I happened to have met Melvin when he moved into the neighborhood, into the town, and I think he's going to be a great addition. So.
I hadn't met him. I had just looked, the resume was very impressive, and thought he comes with a good background to help us out here, so.
We need some Navy folks, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So did we get a motion and a second?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll put it up for a vote then. Roll call since we have Zoom.
Weir?
Aye.
Papanello?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Shannon?
Yes.
Pater?
Yes.
Morris?
Okay. That's it for you, Bob? Okay. Vice Mayor Pater, Business Roundtable?
Next meeting is November 10th, 8:15. I believe it's at the Town Hall.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Okay, we'll go on to the department reports.
Can we take a short break?
Do that, yes?
Councilman Shannon cheated, so.
Let's go for 5 minutes.
Let everybody notice that this is the youngest guy that asked for the break.
Because the
The youngest
oldest guy
guy
just,
asked for the break.
Joe, the
5
oldest
minutes.
guy just walked off 4 times.
Okay, we're back. Let's continue on. Start with the department reports, town administration report.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I'll just provide a couple of updates. Number one, Councilman Pasanello brought it up, and I do want to thank Roberto for all his work for the budget amendment. I think it was very well done. It was pretty easy to follow for anybody that read it in its entirety. And then Emily and Kim, we actually got these plastic guards here today. So in a couple hours, they put them together and got it all up and ready to go. So I appreciate that. And then just some of the updates from a couple weeks ago, we had a closed session item to schedule a meeting with the Commonwealth Attorney Myself and Martin are getting that on the books. We are at the mercy of the Commonwealth Attorney as of right now, so whenever we can get on there, Martin may speak to that if there's any updates. But I just wanted to let you know we're still moving forward with that. We have started the disbursement program. We've ordered multiple items. We actually received some umbrellas and bases today, as well as the plastic guards. And then today we actually got the vouchers in for the Helping Haymarket, so the voucher program. So this is what will be going to, 4 of these are going to town residents, and then we also have a letter that we've developed. So it'll be in the mail shortly. So residents, please be on the lookout, and any businesses that want to apply, I have the agreement that has been approved, so we'll be getting that out to businesses here shortly, so we can start that program this Friday, and it'll run through December 6th.
Can I borrow one of those if you get an opportunity?
You will absolutely get one in the mail, sir. Yes, you can borrow one.
I'll return it. Heaven forbid I get 2.
The other thing that we will need to do is, with everything going on, and out of respect for the mayor requesting the updated COVID plans, we will need a 6-month extension to the continuity of governance. So if someone would like to make that motion, either now or at the conclusion of my report, so we can move forward with that. And that would push us from the middle of November with the continuity of government to the middle of May.
Motion?
Say that again?
Do you have the original motion or the date that it was adopted?
I do not have that with me, no, sir.
Quick question on that. The continuity of operations, you just hit the highlights again. That's our electronic meeting, participation by Zoom.
I'll look it up.
That's all that stuff? Okay.
Correct.
I'll look it up.
I believe it was adopted in March by ordinance.
Well, he looks at it. Is there any other situation where you guys would close down again?
We will follow Prince William County as well as the state.
I'll find it.
So we do have certain plans in place that we are prepared for, depending on what level is necessary, as well as making sure that we still have the level of service that we can continue to provide.
Okay.
So yes, that is, we already had certain plans in place previously. Some of those would get changed a little bit. The first time we had Kim and Emily were here basically every day from March until the end of April when I came back. So we may go into a little bit more rotation where Kim and Emily would be here a couple days, and then Roberto and I would be here for a couple days. So that's probably how we would end up doing it, where we'd still have staff on site. We'd request phone calls so people could call in, and we can try and have those conversations that way.
Okay. Thank you.
But yes.
Ordinance 0110 was adopted on March 12th. Excuse me.
March, oh, okay, I'm looking at March 26th, okay. Seems like there were several motions, or several,
It was adopted April 14th.
April 14th.
It was ordinance 01, 2020. That's the ordinance right here.
Do we have an ordinance number on this?
So 1/2020.
01/2020? So this would be to extend it for what period of time?
That would be up to council. My recommendation would probably be at least 6 months, which
Does
would-
this have an end, this doesn't appear to have an end date on it, does it? Actually, go on, I'll look for.
Okay. So the last item is that today we actually have received word from the DMV that they would be interested in opening a DMV Select here in Town Hall. Just some background, a couple weeks ago, we had 2 individual supervisors from DMV that were coming around and looking at potential offices that they'd be able to open. And they actually knew Ms. Henry, the town clerk, previously because of their work at the town of Remington. And they had discussed the opportunity to maybe partner with the town and having a DMV Select. This is something where the town would hire employees to work the DMV Select office. This is a service that we would be able to provide to the town. And then essentially how those positions are funded is because for every transaction that is made, the town would get a portion of that transaction. So the town of Remington has actually allowed us to come visit to see how their system operates and get some questions answered. And then we will have another in-depth meeting Friday at 10 a.m. to kind of get all of the requirements and what would be necessary for the town to do to be able to start this partnership and operation. So really what I just need from town council is the interest in continuing this, or if there's no interest, then we can let the DMV know so they can try and find an alternative location.
Quick question, do we have enough space to provide this service within here or in some of the rental areas? And will there be an impact study done on the rental space if we do give them that?
So we would not be able to use the upstairs because it's not ADA compliant. So for a public use like the DMV Select, you're correct, it would have to be here on the first floor. From my knowledge and based on square footage, which when we visit Remington as well, probably be able to get a good idea of the required square footage. I think that would better indicate the feasibility. However, to my knowledge, it does not require a lot of space to be used. So there are a couple options that we've actually discussed with the DMV supervisors when they were on staff, and they seemed to think that it was a viable option. So I think depending on the requirements, that would kind of dictate where it would be feasible and if it would be feasible. So that's where I would like to at least have that meeting on Friday to verify.
Okay, Marchant?
So when you say serve Haymarket, it's the greater Haymarket. There's no restrictions on who can attend or who can come by?
Correct. So what would happen is you would, because now DMV Selects are also all by appointment based, and they have no intention of changing back to you just show up and get served when you get served. The plan is all DMV Selects will be appointment based from here until the end of time, and that's how they articulate it to us. Because that is a question that I asked as well, because I would not be favorable to having just lines and lines of people and causing confusion with citizens. But with the fact that it's appointment only and they set 15 minutes for a process, like renewing your registration that may take 5 minutes, you still provide the service, and it's just an alternative that if you're able to get an appointment early in the morning before you go to work, it's just something that instead of trying to go to a different DMV office, you can do it right here in Town Hall. And maybe if it's a new car, you get the DMV Select, get the registration, and then you can get your, decal, kind of knock all that stuff out right here in Town Hall. So I think that would be a nice service to be able to provide.
Thanks.
And a quick comment on that, it's probably similar to what the Passports system does for the post office, where you go in there, 15 minutes, you get it all processed, and you move on. Steve?
Mr. Mayor, my opinion is that I think it'd be worth looking into. I'm not interested in paying out of our budget workers. I don't think the number of transactions would pay their salaries, so I would be opposed to it. I think it's something worth looking into, but personally, again, I would be opposed if any money's coming out of our budget. And I don't believe the number, when you look at DMV, I just don't think we'd get the best bang for our buck there.
So I will just speak to it that of the localities who I've reached out to, so Remington being one of them, all of their salaries, you do have the upfront cost for training and everything, but once you start incurring the commissions, it does end up paying for it and then some. In fact, it actually supplements many towns' general fund. They're small towns, but it still supplements it. So they actually get more than the cost of those staff members. But
and that's why I think it would be worth checking out to see it's something that would benefit the greater Gainesville and Haymarket area if they come here. So I'm all for it as long as nothing comes out of our budget. So it's worth looking into, I think.
Joe?
as in anything, the devil's in the details, right? So I'm for you looking into it, but I think it needs to be laid out, sort of like a cost-benefit analysis, so we better understand the implications. I would think that they'd need infrastructure, some kind of connections, right? If they're doing it remotely, they're going to need some bandwidth, or I'm not sure how that's all going to work, some space, as we just talked about. I'd be curious to see what the offsets are before proceeding with any discussion on whether to accept it or not. So.
And that's what my plan is on Friday, to get a justification of any and all requirements that the town would have to do. For example, I know there is training associated with it. What's the cost of that training for those individuals? There's other requirements that we know about. For example, that has to have a locked cabinet or closet. So there's certain things like that that we will need to address. So I think on Friday, if I can get that full list, then I can better address the liability.
And one more question. How many days a week would this be, or would it be on weekends as well?
So this would be, they would be town employees that would be providing the DMV service. So that's the other thing. The other benefit is that not only do they provide the DMV service, so if we wanted to have it Monday through Saturday, that would be a viable option for us to be able to do. However, we would have to work within the DMV's restrictions, so they would have an ultimate say. But as well as if it's slow, these employees are actually town employees. So if, for example, if it was a slow day and there weren't that many appointments, they could actually do other tasks because they were town of Haymarket employees.
Excuse me, you're disturbing this meeting. If you don't stay quiet, I will ask you to leave.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Chris?
Thank you, sir. I think our town staff has done exactly what we have asked of them, which is do research. I know Chris Kuhn and Ms. Kimberly, they have done some of the research, and I think it would be beneficial for us, for them to continue doing the research. I do agree to an extent what Councilman Steve Shannon just said, as long as it doesn't cost the town, but we may get to a point where doing the research may lead for us to do some initial investment, especially to get the services numbers up to a certain level where we could be compensated for it to justify the staff member. But it doesn't hurt us doing the research. It doesn't hurt us continuing in that direction to look at the numbers, and as Joe just pointed out, getting all the details. Get the details together. But I'm just never in support of killing an effort before we properly vet it and have all the information.
Mayor, whenever you get a second, can I explain a little bit, since I was on that end of the Remington DMV process?
Yeah, you can give some input.
Okay. Back in 2003, Remington was approached to have a DMV select office. Their town council chose to do that, not as a moneymaker, but to serve as a community service to the town. I started in Remington in 2006, February of 2006, as a part-time DMV clerk, working for the town. In 2006, we were breaking even, as meaning our salaries and our equipment, the amount of transactions we were getting was paying for that. As of when I left there in November of last year, the monthly commissions that Remington was bringing in was in excess of $18,000 per month. Commissions.
They went
from one part-time DMV employee in 2006 to 3.
Yeah.
So the potential is there.
Yeah.
To think that you only, this is a select office, so that means that there's no driving test, there's no commercial permits allowed, there's no, it's simple transactions that can be done online already or at a full service. It's to take the pressure off of the full service units, to give the town, to give people a quicker access to DMV transactions. There is not one between Stafford and Winchester.
You have a comment, Joe?
Either you or Chris, do you have to enter into an agreement with the?
You have to enter into an MOU, yes.
All right, so you have an MOU.
A week, a month, it's a yearly contract you sign with DMV.
All right, okay. We can talk about the other stuff later when you get more info.
Yeah, I think at this point, all we really need to do is give them the consensus to move forward. All I got to say is that we are a data-driven decision body, so we do need all the data that you can get for this for us to make a legitimate decision.
No, absolutely. And I'll also try, just like we spoke about Remington and the cost benefit, how much money they're bringing in versus how much they're expending, and I'll try and provide that with other offices and localities to see how they are operating and the benefit of it. So we will get that information to you guys as soon as possible.
Okay. I think all you need at this point is a directive, right?
I think I have the directive, but if you guys want to make it clear, I'm more than happy to.
Okay, well, I think we're in agreement. Proceed.
Okay, and then we just need to do the continuity of government.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Ordinance 2020-02 to ensure the continuity of the town of Haymarket government during the COVID-19 pandemic. Looks like it expired on the 14th of last month under the provisions of 15.2, 1413 of the Code of Virginia, providing the governing bodies of localities may provide for continuity of government in case of enemy attack, etc. And I guess we fall under etc. Given that it's expired, without objection, I would waive the reading of the existing ordinance and readopt the ordinance as Ordinance 2020-03 to ensure the continuity of the town of Haymarket government during the COVID-19 pandemic to be effective upon adoption.
So moved.
I got a motion and a second on it. Any discussion required? I don't think there is. Okay, we'll put it up for vote. Again, since we have Zoom, I like roll call.
Actually, hold on a minute. Chris, since it's an ordinance, we don't need a public hearing on this one, do we?
Mr. Cram?
What was the question? I couldn't hear. Somebody was speaking, but I couldn't even tell who it was.
We have to readopt the ordinance regarding ensuring the continuity of the town of Haymarket government during the COVID-19 pandemic because the previous one has expired. Does that ordinance require a public hearing?
It does not require a public hearing. No.
Cool.
Weir.
Aye.
Casanello.
Yes.
Schneider.
Yes.
Shannon.
Yes.
Pater.
Yes.
Morris.
Yes.
Okay. Is that all your business?
That is my report, and I'll stand ready to answer any questions.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Next up.
Next up, police chief report.
Good evening, Council. Before I delve into the report, I would like to clear up something and read a statement. Although I felt and still feel that the personnel of the PD need civil disturbance gear, the signaling of the majority of the new council was that they felt that this gear was not needed and raised the liability concerns, as well as it wasn't the best use of taxpayers' funds during the uncertainty of COVID. I was not instructed to do so by the new council. I want to make that clear based on the citizens' time. I decided to cancel the delivery of the gear and to look instead for future grant opportunities to fund the civil disturbance gear. Just wanted to clear that up. I don't think that
Thank you,
he
Chief.
meant to misunderstand what was said, but I wanted to clear that for him and anyone else.
Thank you.
All right, now going into the report, does anyone have any questions on the October statistics? Yes, sir.
The west end speed sign, the east end speed sign.
Yes, sir.
That's great. It's good to see that, because now we can get a sense, what the number of vehicles are going past those signs, so that kind of gives us an idea. So the lowest, is this actually registered? The lowest speed was 15 and the highest 75?
The sign parameters are set.
Oh, that's the parameters.
Lowest of 15.
Okay.
Highest of 75.
All right. Do we have data that tells us what the numbers are, the actuals?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We can talk about that later.
Yes,
but
sir.
That's good.
And the reason you see it laid out like this is the software that these signs employ is very old. I don't know if you've ever had some of the older software that work with Windows 7, that when it's on Windows 10, it doesn't even fill the whole screen. It's just real small. And the reports that these generate are pages, like 60 pages of information. So, and trying to print off like a graph, it doesn't print right because it's all these old antiquated software. So I just peeled off the numbers that you were asking for, specifically Councilman
trips,
Weir and you. And you can see, if you combine the two, there's 339,515 vehicles coming through both sides together.
That's a lot of cars.
Also, I'd like to point out, based on a text that I had gotten from the police liaison about a complaint of speeding through town, that the sign doesn't bear that out. Although I'm not stating that we don't have speeding in town, because we write summonses, for that. You can see the 85th percentile is 31 or lower. So.
But you can do queries, time of day and the speed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Chief, we did get that question about monitoring speed during the day. What generally is your kind of approach to, or how often do you rotate speed enforcement? Every patrol officer does speed enforcement throughout their patrol, so it's ongoing?
Yes, sir, ongoing. Also, the DMV grant, someone referenced earlier, is also for speeding.
Okay, thank you.
Enforcement.
Okay.
I'd like to also point out based on the numbers for the Sheets invoice that we got today, forwarded to me by Roberto, the new invoice is for $977. That's a $374.43 reduction from when vehicles were going home. If you were to take that times 12, you're looking at $11,724, which would bring us in under the original 15, I think that was budgeted. That's if nothing changed. Right? And some months will be still, even with the vehicles here, we'll have more trips to the jail or trainings, but you can see the reduction, and I expect that to go down as well.
Chief, thank you.
As far as the statistics, any other questions on those? Okay, a couple things I'd like to address. We attended the business roundtable. Lieutenant Shaver attended that with town staff and Councilwoman Pater. Most of the concerns for us were about COVID coverages and business safety checks. We did Halloween patrols. We had multiple officers out for Halloween this past Saturday. We had a huge reduction in participation this year. That is to be expected, but we didn't have any issues or problems. I wanted to address one of the concerns that Councilwoman Pater brought up based on her talks with people in town over crosswalk concerns and people violating the crosswalks. I worked on that this month. I was able to create a flyer. I'll pass it out for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
So in response to her crosswalk concerns, she asked me to work on that. So I created this flyer. This was worked up and printed by iDesigns in town, a local business who helped with this as well. What I wanted to do is create something, and also Councilwoman Pater and Councilman Morris I've texted them a picture of this as well. I wanted to create something that was visually pleasing, that kind of cut up the information in a way that was not, crazy, convoluted, but each section, top, middle, and bottom, kind of addresses a specific issue with each one. What it is that kids and parents need to learn, what it is that drivers need to learn, and then how this is enforced by the police department at the bottom. We'll use these in conjunction with the crosswalk pedestrian grant, bike pedestrian and crosswalk grant that we were awarded to go out in plain clothes and walk crosswalks and watch for violations of other pedestrians that are walking and vehicles that are running the crosswalks. If that's seen, we'll stop either the pedestrian or the driver, and we'll hand them one of these, talk to them about what they did wrong and how unsafe it was. Summonses and enforcement like that will be the last thing that we would want to do, mostly just building awareness. This will also be given to me by iDesigns as a computer, Emily, like PDF, I guess, that I can also put on our Facebook page, and we'll continue to hammer that. Councilwoman Pater, does this address what you were talking about?
I think so. I would like to see, again, one of the signs, if we can move the pedestrian, I don't know what it's called, I apologize, where it sits there in the crosswalk and kind of brings notice as well.
Yes, ma'am. You want to move it to where?
Where is it, over by where the park is?
Okay, the crossing kind of right across from Haymarket Station?
Yes.
Okay, I'll see if I can relocate one there, or get an additional one. So whatever you want me to do.
Okay.
Chief, quick question on that. Those aren't legal.
So certain people from VDOT say, yes, sir.
I'm speaking on behalf of VDOT. I had this when I was in Loudoun County, and I'm just telling, they're effective, and I support them, but they're not legal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just throwing that, I'm in support of them, because this one out here, nobody gets more perturbed than I do especially when we're walking our grandkids and cars just zipping by and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, they're not legal to be in the road.
I'm not sure I understand, though, what that means.
There's a variety of reasons. I've kept my mouth shut on it.
They're not legal to be placed in the VDOT right-of-way.
Oh, so they would be an obstruction?
Pardon?
Are they considered an obstruction?
That's correct, yeah. So what I'm saying is, I think they're effective.
Yeah.
I really do. But the statute right here tells it all. It doesn't say anything about the signs there. It says crosswalks. But I'm just saying, from the VDOT perspective, they are not legal to be in the road.
Marshawn?
I did notice they've all been to the sides since the paving.
Yeah, we've left them there because of the crosswalks are supposed to be redone as well.
I may have a friend that may have put one back Halloween night.
Yes, sir.
But
thank you
I was
to your
not aware
friend.
of the statutes.
But they'll be going back when they finish the crosswalks, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good, okay, thank you.
Well, I would certainly welcome something over to the park. I just don't know, do we have to, strike that as well, or do something there?
So what normally happens is VDOT, in some places, has approved signs, but they have to do a study. I know the place that I used to be, the police chief is now petitioning VDOT to relook at being able to put those signs in the middle because they're having so much problems. But most localities, if it's an issue, will put crosswalk signs up on the edges of the road, and some of the new ones are completely encircled with LED lights.
Yeah.
that blink. They're really effective, but they're solar powered. They're expensive. They're much more expensive than the $65 new ones that we put up. The old ones are like $350 in the middle of the street.
That's a good idea.
As far as the evacuation plans that Councilwoman Pater spoke of, we're still working on that. We have meetings set up with some of the suggestions that you guys had last week, and I hope to have more on that in the December meeting.
You had a comment, Bob?
Actually, a question. In years past, we had, I know somebody was talking to me about this the other day, I don't remember who. We had adopted a legislative package every year prior to the legislative session starting in February. Are you still, I'm assuming that you receive a legislative packet from the Chiefs Association or a variety of organizations with respect to bills that are sponsored for the legislative calendar, correct?
Yes.
And a position of the organization on those particular, on any subset of those particular bills.
Yes, sir.
Could you, when you get that, could you forward it to us? Because I think we need to get back in the business of putting together a legislative agenda. Not that anybody in Richmond's going to actually pay attention to it, but it would be nice to put our local representatives on notice. And the reason I say that is so that we don't look like idiots like the county board did. For those who weren't watching what happened 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, there was a motion made to oppose several of the lines within the I don't remember
Police
what
reform
the
bill.
police reform bill that were, let's say, poorly thought out by the delegate who drafted the legislation. For example, the way it was drafted, if you drove with no headlights on at midnight, an officer could not pull you over. And if he did pull you over, no dope charge, no DUI, no nothing, everything was thrown out. And several members of the board suggested or made a motion to send a letter to the governor opposing those particular, not the bill in its entirety, but those particular tenets of the bill, and asking for a line item veto. Very common sense thing to do with some really questionable legislative language that the House and the Senate didn't vet very well. As it turned out, the vote broke down on party lines, and heaven forbid the county board opposed the legislative thought of the party in control in Richmond. What I found particularly funny, though, at the end of the day was that the governor did take his pen and strike them. So it would have been nice to have actually, I'm saying something nice about Governor Northam. He saw the sense in striking those things, and I think we need to make some of our local elected officials at the Richmond level aware of certain issues like that, where a lot of times they're not reading the bills terribly thoroughly. They're relying upon their compatriots and comrades to give them a sense of it. But if we have the opportunity to look at some of the stuff and, for example, take stuff from the chief or from the organizations that submit essentially position papers to him, we would probably be well served to do some sort of legislative agenda and forward it to Richmond. It's extra work, but I think we need to do it.
I think the one you're talking about was actually brought to the board from the Prince William County Police Chief with suggestions of here's what we would like for you to oppose, and it was denied.
Denied 5-3. Yeah.
All right. Tomorrow's the election. I just give you a heads up of what's going on here in Prince William County. Last week we met with all the police leaders of Prince William County, the police chiefs of all the towns. A ops plan was developed. There are multiple officers that will be out tomorrow to prevent voters from feeling like they are encumbered or intimidated. There'll be multiple officers in plain clothes and standing or being stationed just off of the polls to respond to anything that could happen. Also, any civil unrest that may or may not happen, although we're not anticipating any of that until maybe later on in the week, and to also help out with any traffic concerns that may develop. So we'll have multiple officers on tomorrow throughout the day, and stand by ready to assist Prince William should they need our help. And then the last thing, any questions on that?
Just a comment that it's also, the governor also declared tomorrow a state holiday.
Yes, sir.
So for those of us state employees, we have tomorrow off, and there should be no type of paving or anything else, no type of projects going on tomorrow either.
Okay.
Cushy government jobs.
Government, I'm here to help.
That's right.
Also,
Trust me.
last thing I have in reference, Mayor, to your email that you sent out on Friday, I wanted to address that in person. The general orders will be supplied to the town manager. I'm hoping by end of day tomorrow, definitely by the end of the week. The general orders that are ready to go, but there have been several things that we added, reference to police reform, that have not been put into a particular book, and I'll have those added, as well as the changes that have been made over the last 3 years into the book that I give the town manager. We'll have that ready for you at any time. Also know that I have it electronically. I understand your concerns, same as mine, about putting that out for anyone and everyone to see over an email. I agree that it should be kept secured and being able to see by council if they need to see it. But I'll have that to him. Ride-alongs are always encouraged and welcomed. Please, just let me know when you want to ride. There's some paperwork that we need to fill out. Each person will have to have a background run, and then we'll just assign you an officer. You just let us know date and time that you want to do it and how long that you want to ride. It's welcome anytime. And council walkthroughs of the PD and are always welcome. Just let us know, and we'll open it up to you. And I think that addressed everything that you had for me. And anytime, I know you'd said you wanted to work a day here and be in the PD, just let me know, and we'll work it out. All right, that's all I have, unless there's any other questions.
I got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Hey, Chief, have you looked into camera coverage of our police vehicles, whether they're parked at the front or the back?
Yes, sir. Been working with the town manager on that, and the quotes that he's been getting, or the scope of work that he has, includes the cameras around the building and also specifically the spot where the vehicles sit.
And that's
It's good
only,
to know that you're working on it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
and that's the hardwired system. Right.
We've been looking at a variety of systems, but since it's over the $3,000, they got to get multiple quotes. And there's a couple people that are have not provided their quotes yet, and there's some that have provided quotes but haven't even come out to look. So it's kind of a disqualifier in my book. If you don't know the scope of work, you can't really provide an accurate quote. So we're just trying to get the 3 individuals that can provide reasonable quotes. And then the one thing that I did forget is, with the election day being a state holiday and the town hall follows that as well, town hall will be closed tomorrow. So we will have a sign on the door, and we will also have the closest polling locations. So if anybody, because there are several people that have come to town hall thinking it was a polling location, so we will be sure to have that taped to the front door, so when they show up, if they think it's a polling location, they'll know that it's either Tyler Elementary or the other closest location.
Good. So that
It's
means
not a
we
town
can-
holiday on any schedule I saw.
We're going to work them an extra 3 hours tonight, is that what you're saying?
Okay. Sleep late tomorrow.
We'll move on. Any questions for Chief? Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
We'll go on to the town planner.
Roberto. Roberto. Town treasurer.
Town treasurer. I think I did that last time, too. Sorry about that, Roberto.
It's
Respect you,
okay.
Roberto.
It's all right. First of all, I want to start with the financials for the actuals as of last Monday. As you can see, I'm trying to be more, make these reports a little bit easier to read, easier on the eyes. That's why you kind of use the color. So it's for items that I want you to pay attention to, addressing some items that may be overage. For example, on the expense side, we had the newsletters and real estate taxes and invoices that went out that caused that what should be a 33%, a little bit higher, as you can see, expenditure-wise. It won't happen every month, but that's just at the time of the fiscal year. It came across. Any specific questions on the actuals?
The only comment I was going to make is, this is great, thank you, Roberto.
Okay.
And since we've done the amendment now, that'll update this.
Yes, and while we were working here, I did update that so you can find it on the website, the amended budget, and I will give our town managers access to see the actuals as well as tomorrow if you wanted to take a look at those as well. One of the other things I placed in my report this month is also the Laney detail. Just to give you a little background, originally this detail was for $120,000. We were almost at that threshold of coming to the end of it, so I reached out to Laney and basically asked if they planned on continuing the detail, and if so, we had to create a change order PO. They gave us a purchase order, and they added an additional $30,000. To put the addition of the $30,000, it's about seven pay periods that our officers can work that detail. The only thing with this new PO, it was submitted, it was sent to me, I think, last week. We will have to do an amendment in the future, probably most likely in the third quarter. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, but this does meet the 1% overage requirement for requiring a public hearing for it. Anything that's over 24,000, sorry, anything that's over 24,000 that would need to be amended will require a public hearing going forward. I know this is something we were thinking about trying to address now since we had the public hearing, but because it did increase it by a lot more, in my opinion, it'd be better to just do it in the third quarter. We may have some other other amendments we may want to do as well then, just to save the town some money as well. Any questions on that specific report?
Do we have a contract with them? Do you know?
So what you see on page 107 on the packet, it is the actual purchase order. It basically shows that the contract started at 120. I just realized that they did a typo on the bottom. It moved it from 120 to 130, but it actually is 150,000. This is what the original agreement was. So they just created a change order, as you can see, CO1, to add the additional $30,000 to the existing contract.
And this is on a pay-as-they-go basis, correct?
Correct. So this is every time the chief, each pay period, with the timesheets, I go ahead and submit the invoice to them. Of course, we pay up front to the officers. We're not going to make them wait for the money, but we do collect the money. And it takes about 2 to 3 weeks.
I prefer the retainer method, but that's just me.
Yeah, really. Yeah, when I was kind of digging into trying to understand the billing for this, I saw some issues that I felt might become liabilities to us. Do you understand what the pay category our police officers are under, and whether we're responsible for overtime for any of this stuff for these police officers?
That is something that I believe the town manager is discussing with our town attorney, so I believe that's going to be up a conversation with you.
I guess Martin, do you understand the details of where this could be a liability to us?
Sorry, Mayor, was that question directed at me?
Yes, it was. Do you understand the Laney contract and I guess what the categorization is of our police officers on whether we're responsible, since we're directing them to work these hours, if it's our responsibility to pay overtime for this?
Right, yeah, I've had a discussion about that with the town manager and some emails with the town treasurer. I haven't gotten with the chief yet to discuss that in any more detail, but that's on the work schedule.
Okay, is there anything we should be, you could advise our way on which we should be aware of with this?
No, it's an administrative matter. We'll handle it and let you know what we do.
Okay. Look into it.
I want to make sure I understand your question. On that, the Laney detail, are you asking if that has anything to do with overtime hours for our normal?
Well, the issue here is we're responsible for staffing or for directing our staff on what to work.
Right.
Okay, this is passing through us, which means this becomes our responsibility. If we're saying that we're going to fill these hours and we're giving it to our police officers and they're claiming them as straight-through hours, if our police officers are set up as categorized as hourly, we're required to pay time and a half for these hours that they claim.
No, I don't think so. Is that what Martin's going to confirm?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a financial issue that's under review, is my understanding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is to understand what our liabilities are and what the town is responsible for covering. And that's why this contract has actually made me a little bit aware of and a little scared, so to speak, on what our actual liabilities and responsibilities are towards what the officers are owed. So, you know, if we find out that something's going awry here and that they're categorized a certain way, we have to back pay them for time that they haven't gotten paid for overtime.
Martin's going to give us okay.
That's correct. Those are just some of the issues I have right now as Martin starts to vet this out. Any questions? I think that's all I had.
Next.
Now, town planner.
Everything's good.
Everything's great. Any questions? No. So as they already mentioned, we did not have an ARB meeting or a planning commission meeting. Both of those meetings have been rescheduled. The attendees will be Van Meter for the upcoming ARB meeting and possibly one resident. And then for Planning Commission, we will have Van Meter here as well to talk about the site plan that they are working on. At this time, it is looking like we're going to ask for a conditional approval at that meeting. As for other projects that the ARB is working on, we are going to hopefully discuss that same night the gateway signs that were already discussed and kind of given, I guess, approval at the previous ARB from about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. If that is still the design they want to go with, we will work to the next steps on getting a cost estimate for those. We will also talk about the possibility of a love sign, what it would look like for our town, and then also a discussion of the guidelines for the ARB and the updating process of that. We did not have any Board of Zoning Appeals applications or activity this month. For Planning Commission, I've left a couple items on here just to give you guys monthly updates. Crossroads Village Center has contacted me. They are looking to put in some updated applications in the very near future. So I think I'll be having another conversation with Don Wooden at the end of the week to further discuss that. He has shared interest in possibly coming and talking at a work session with the council to present where he's currently at. If that's something of interest, and you don't have to tell me now, but if that's of interest, please let me know and I can coordinate that. Van Meter, I already mentioned, we had QB here tonight for the proper amendment. The SUP, as I mentioned previously, was deferred until this November's Planning Commission meeting. That will also come back up in a couple weeks. Our big project for Planning Commission is going to be the zoning text amendment discussion. So we have a draft that we've tossed out there of what we're thinking would be good areas to look at, providing some updates and amendments to make the zoning ordinance a better document for ourselves as well as our residents and developers to use. If you have any input on that, please feel free to share it with us. This will be an ongoing process, so you have plenty of time to weigh in there, and then it'll, of course, come to you guys.
Before you stray off of that one, Ms. Leonard made a very true, correct comment with respect to apartments over businesses in the B1. She is absolutely correct that that's the way the ordinance was written. It is unfortunately, and I'm just now realizing this when I went and looked for it.
Question to interrupt, or?
You can continue. I don't know if this is where you're going. We do have a zoning text amendment that was passed by the Paynes, and that needs to be put into
Okay, because it's not in the ordinance right now.
You are correct. It is not currently in there, and that is something that is an administrative. We need to get that done. We'll get that done immediately.
And I'm assuming this was an oversight originally, and then it got brought
It
up?
was an
Okay.
oversight that it was not included in our last Muni Code update, but it has been passed. It was passed in, if I'm correct, 2018 by Jim and Andrea Payne when they did a Dog's Day Out. That was a whole.
I vaguely remember that.
Yep, it was a whole ZTA at that time. So that is an administrative oversight, and we will get on top of that.
Then we need to throw it into the ZTA, into the text amendment that we're doing.
It is in there as well, but since it is an approved amendment already done, if it is of no cost to the town, we will go ahead and submit that to Muni Code. I'll work with Chris. He is the contact.
We just need to work the language into the revised version that we're going to be working on anyway, so, okay.
Yep. So after that, we do have a lot of Prince William County 1 mile review applications coming in. We have the Utterback property, and we have the data centers. They are, emailing us about every 2 weeks. So if you guys have any comments, please, let me know. Share them with myself, share them with Bob. He's helped a lot on providing some of these county comments, and then helping to explain at our Planning Commission meetings where everything is at. So please share with us any feedback you have. And then I am continuing to work through some zoning violations and other issues in town. I have reached out to Prince William County and started a dialogue regarding several properties in town that have property maintenance concerns. They are currently looking into what their next steps are going to be, as well as what my next step should be to help them facilitate the best course of action. So I'll keep you posted as that trickles down. Hopefully that'll be sooner rather than later. And the ornaments are officially in and for sale. So if you guys need a ornament, stocking stuffer, shameless plug, feel free to get one. We have them here. Share it with your neighbors. We'll put out another newsletter in January, and that's about all I have. If you have questions, certainly let me know.
Okay. I have 2 quick questions. The Jefferson Street improvements, we consider that complete?
So they have come out and they did the paving part. They have to put in the loops. They're gonna finish striping on Wednesday. And then the last item they have to do, which is not in the roadway, is they video all of the stormwater pipes. And that's a requirement by VDOT to submit that to them. And then we'll do a walkthrough with them, check everything off, make sure it all looks good. And within about a month, we'll wrap up all the administrative stuff of the project. So we're getting towards the end. We're looking right now at just our punch list.
Awesome. Glad to get rid of that big hole in the middle of the road.
Yes. Who knew it could take this long?
Yep. Also on,
I'm not going to make any comments.
on things dragging out,
Yeah.
I guess, what's happening with Washington Street milling? I guess, I don't think we've really gotten an update on that we need to at least
Yes.
make visible to the town.
So last week or just the end of the week prior, myself, Chris, Joe, Bob, VDOT, we all went on a walk. We walked the entire town for an hour and a half. We pointed out everything and anything that we were displeased with. They're talking over everything. Today they were out and they finally put the bike icon back in the road for all the bike lanes. I did notice that they came in and they milled up little pieces to, I guess, come back and put the reflectors near the lane striping over the weekend or late last week, so that'll happen. Joey's the person who's working on the project. He's gonna get with the contractor and give me a better timeline update. We had some manhole issues in the Washington Jefferson intersection as well as one other. Prince William Service Authority already came in. They're making the proper adjustments. So we're working through that checklist and some of the items that we had concern with, and Joey's been keeping us up to date.
Yep, and the crosswalk time frame is still unknown, right?
It is still unknown. We have been in touch with Reed. He is Joey's supervisor. We let him know the size and the color of the crosswalks that we wanted. So they are working on that item as well.
Okay.
And Dick Burke, who is the land use director, was at our house today, and we talked about that. And he, too, is on, Reed does not work for him, but Dick works directly for our district administrator, and has said he's told him he wants them to get moving on that. They were not supposed to put down what they did. Contrary to what they were told, Alamish do not put the striping down, and they did anyway. So that's on them. It's costing them money. But Dick Burke had told me today that, and I don't know, was Dick on your walk with you?
He was not. We had two maintenance gentlemen, Joey and another person there.
Yeah, okay,
There were 4 VDOT reps, so we
Yeah.
had it all covered, and the contractor was there as well.
good, okay.
Okay. That was it, so move. You got something, Marshawn?
The truck storage in the Food Lion parking lot, was
Yes,
any?
I am working on that. There is a new owner of the property, so I am trying to get in touch with the right person. Right now, I just have a sign application, and they don't quite know who to contact. So I am trying to find the right person again. It's been a little bit of a
It's just more of,
hassle.
we have an end date, that's all I was looking for.
Hopefully by ARB meeting, I should have something, so
Thanks.
ask again then.
They have a new manager as well, property manager, or is she still there?
That I'm not sure of.
Could you check with them on
Yeah, I can call
tomorrow and
Deborah.
tell them again, they need to remove the bumps, speed bumps there. That's in the VDOT right away.
Over by the swirlies?
Yeah. They're-
By the
I
what?
told her a long time ago, when I was still in charge of Prince William, she needed to remove them, or I was gonna have them removed. I didn't follow through. Of course, I went to Fairfax, but if they're not moved, I'll make a call and have them moved.
Which speed bumps are these?
The ones by
Right
by Swirlies, but it's the last one that she put down because she was trying to keep people from turning too sharp to hit the cars that were parked there for Swirlies. That's not an issue though, but she put those down herself, and they just need to be removed. So
The only other update, I forgot to mention it, the hotel started construction this month. So far, so good. They are going through all the proper inspections for everything they need to for erosion and sediment control. We do get weekly emails from their third-party inspector, as well as we have our own inspector come out and perform that ENS inspection. So if you guys ever have any questions about that, let me know. If you have any constituents who have complaints or concerns, let us know. They've been really good to work with so far and have heard us out on all of our concerns.
Okay. I guess we're good. Move on to the engineering report.
Katie's-
Waive reading of the report.
Katie's report was right behind mine. If you guys have any questions, let me know. I can try to answer or get you guys the answer.
I have nothing. Anybody?
That's good.
Okay. Town attorney report.
I don't have anything to add that hasn't been said. We do need to have a closed session to talk about the Haymarket Property Group right of first offer.
Okay.
Anything else?
Well, I'm suggesting it. We don't have to have it. It's up to you.
I think I'd like it just to get this moving.
Are there any other issues we need to discuss?
All we have is council member time.
No, I meant in closed session.
Oh, no, I think that's it. I think
You don't
everything
okay.
else
I
got
can
wrangled
live with
out.
I would move that the council convene in closed session to discuss the following as permitted by Virginia Code, Section 2.2, 3711A3, a matter involving acquisition of real property for public purposes, specifically involving property within the town of Haymarket limits. As discussion in an open session would adversely affect the town's bargaining position. Do I need to give the address on that? I don't know it, so. Namely 14600 Washington Street.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, so we're
All in
going to
favor?
close. All in favor?
Aye.
Say
Aye.
Okay, so we'll go into a closed session.
Aye.
Babe.
Well, who knows if you want to add something after closed session, right?
I move to
Okay.
waive council member time.
Hey, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, you're back on.
Okay. I'll let Martin go through the disclaimer, everything else.
The form of the motion is.
So, are you ready to certify?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to read that, or was a council member going to read that?
We need to come out of closed session first.
Okay. So the motion to come out of closed session would be that to each member's knowledge, only those matters lawfully exempted from the open meetings requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were held, and only those matters identified in the motion convening the closed session were considered by the council during this closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Roll call. Weir?
All right.
Pasnello?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Schneider?
Aye.
Shannon?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Pater?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
He's going to read the motion.
Yeah.
Martin.
If you could read the motion.
The motion would be, the council rejects Haymarket Property Group's offer to sell the property at $7.5 million, and the council directs the town attorney to send letter as discussed.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, or I guess roll call vote, right?
Weir?
Oh, we're not even going to discuss it? Okay. All right.
Want discussion? I mean,
No, I'm good.
Pasnello?
Yes.
Schneider?
Abstain.
Shannon?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Pater?
Yes.
So moved and so voted. Councilmember time. Marchand.
I was just kidding. I do have a couple of points. We met with Emily and Chris Kuhn with Ryan Morgan, and also Tracy Lynn. We walked the hotel site last week. No, was that this week? Last week. And just got some information, was able to talk about the project. Interesting, I guess they found some sort of bunker. It may have been a World War II bunker out there that they had come across. So that was a good discussion. They're obviously excited to get started. Then we say about a 12 to 18-month process. They thought they were going to have completion still on track. Also got a phone call from Don Wooden to talk about the Crossroads. He was just updating me on their intent to move forward with the Lidl project. And then also last week, I met briefly with Connor Leak and Keith Lowry to briefly discuss the concept development plan, or the general development plan that we had discussed this evening, just the mechanics of it. Those are my disclosures. I have no other comments.
Okay, Joe?
Okay, very quickly, tomorrow's the election. I guess we all know about that. Congratulations to Melvin Mason joining the PC. I think we need to have a discussion about the legislative agenda. Bob mentioned it earlier. We should be checking with VML and with the Northern Virginia group, what is that, TANV? And I spoke with Danica recently, and she suggested if you'd like an update, to invite her to the first meeting in January.
Yeah.
So,
To make sure that she knows she's on the agenda.
Exactly.
That was pointed out to me very pointedly.
Yes, make sure that she knows. And I did, I guess Chris received an email, and Bob and I were forwarded this email from a Mr. Nicholas Guinand. I hope I pronounced that right. And his sole comment was about the real estate tax invoice, and he says, "Will this real estate property tax for Haymarket ever be removed?" Quote, unquote. So I'll leave that with you, so now that you're all aware. That's it.
Okay, Tracy Lynn, Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to say thank you. I'm looking forward to the next business roundtable, and get out and vote.
Okay, Steve.
Nothing tonight, sir.
Councilman Morris. He left. Nope.
Yes, sir, thank you. It's been 4 years. We've been in office only 4 months. But there still seems to be a lot of emotionalism from some, and maybe just a few residents. The last council leadership has put us in a position where we're trying to right certain things to make them better for the town, not just fiscally, but financially and also procedurally. And my request of these citizens is to look carefully, without emotionalism, into every aspect of what we're doing to see if what we're doing is correct. It's not for the council, it's not for the past council, it is designed for the future of the town. And if each person who has comments or objections would look carefully at what it is that we are doing, they're gonna understand that we're doing it for the success of the town, not for the success of this town council. It is for the success of the town in the future. So don't rush to conclusion, and I believe that the decisions that this council is making are the right ones. Some may take a little bit longer than we want to, but they are the right decisions. Also, my final point is tomorrow is election day. Be safe, support the local police, and just go out and exercise your right to vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Bob.
Nobody wants to hear me at this hour.
Okay, and I guess I get closing remarks. Want to publicly promote my walk this Saturday. I will be hitting the business side of town on my walk because of the Crossroad Village activity that's going to be spinning up soon. I want to definitely look at some of the layouts that they've proposed with the landscape that's there. And so I'll be addressing those. I would also like to apologize for how stern I was to our citizen this morning, or this at this meeting. But I do not tolerate meeting disruptions. If citizens want to raise their voice and speak their voice, they can do that during citizens' time. But I do apologize for my sternness. That said, I am ready to close this up. So.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Clarification, your walk is not this Saturday, but next Saturday, correct? This is the first Saturday of the month. This Saturday is November 7th.
What's it on the calendar?
Is it the second Saturday? I thought.
Second Saturday.
I always thought it followed. Okay. So I guess I get 2 weeks. Sorry about that clarification.
All right, just clarify. Okay, got it.
Okay.
A second.
So I got a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Closed up.
Good night, everyone. Be safe.
I was off by 40 minutes.